Hallo, hallo. Shri MP Tangirala, who kindly consented to grace today's event as the chief guest. I also extend my gratitude to distinguished guests from the DFS, our director Shri Kartike Mishra. A special thanks to Shri S.S. Kohli, who is ex-CMD of IIFCL, who laid the foundation of our company. It is also my pleasure to welcome Shri R.S. Chauhan, retired Chief Justice. We have with us today an august gathering of infrastructure developers, bankers, financial institutions, rating agencies, representatives from Indian government and foreign missions. And of course, we have the media fraternity with us to provide an exclusive coverage of this event. Thank you all for being a part of our celebration today. To start with, may I request our Managing Director to please provide a floral welcome to our Chief Guest, Shri Tangirala. To start this auspicious occasion, may I request our dignitaries to please dignitaries to gather for a lamplighting ceremony. Welcoming Chief Justice Sir as well. May I request everyone to gather for lamp lighting ceremony. Sir, MD sir, DMD sir, and additional secretary sir, Kartike Mishra sir, if you can please do the honors, and Mr. R.S. Chauhan. Mishra sir, please.
या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्या
May I request MD sir, DMD sir, and our chief guest for today to please remain on the dais so that we can proceed with the program. Since its inception in 2006, IIFCL has been at the heart of infrastructure development in India. Over the past 18 years of its operations, we have made a mark in the country as a preferred infrastructure financing partner. Now, I use the word partner here as we believe that IIFCL is not just another public sector company lending to infrastructure sector, but it is an extended arm of the government that is ready and geared up to lend its hand and support developers in its collective ambition of funding foundation of the future through the infrastructure sector. As we all know, last few years have seen a lot of traction happening in the infrastructure space thanks to Government of India's initiatives. Today's event is an attempt to bring together the stalwarts of infrastructure sector under one roof as they talk about where we stand and what more needs to be done to take this sector to the next level. Let me quickly run through today's program with all of you. We start the day with a presentation on IIFCL's journey by our Deputy Managing Director, Shri Pavan Kumar, followed by address of our Managing Director, Shri P.R. Shankar, and keynote address of our Chief Guest, Shri M.P. Tangirala. We will then have an interactive dialogue with our MD, and there will be two panel discussions lined up in between. Both the panel feature some very eminent personalities involved in the infrastructure financing space, and I am very sure that we will have some food for thought over lunch. Without taking much time, I'd like to invite our Deputy Managing Director, Shri Pavan Kumar, to kindly open the session with his presentation. So.
Okay.
You want me to take it through? You want me to take it through?
Yeah.
Okay.
A very good morning to all of you. Today, as we all have gathered, it is our 19th birthday of this institution. So, we have all matured now from adulthood. This is our first year in the being an adult. Last year we became an adult institution. Not in terms of adult physically, but I think more maturity has come in our activities in terms of gaining confidence, in terms of the variety of activities, in terms of the nature of service that we are trying to serve to the industry and contribute towards the nation building. As we see, I think this August gathering is, I don't need much words to mince in terms of what we are doing, but still it is my duty to just take it forward. We are 100% government in terms of on the left hand side the constitution. If we see, we are 100% government owned, but nonetheless we are trying to move towards the stage where probably on 20th birthday I may say we have diluted some percentage. So this year we are striving to go for public listing. That is one of the KPI which we have given to ourselves, that let us look forward and unlock some of the value creation which we have added in last couple of years. The second part is we all know that we are an NBFC. We are regulated tightly by the Reserve Bank of India. Oversight is not oversight, it is insight also. They come and every year inspect our books and look into what kind of activities and the affairs are being carried out. We are an AAA rated entity. AAA not in terms of our parentage which comes to us naturally. AAA in terms of, I would say, as regards our credit portfolio is concerned, we are a AAA entity, and in fact we exhort the rating agencies to rate us not on the basis of my ownership, but rate us on the basis of quality of assets which I hold on my books and the quality of work we are doing in the company. In terms of subsidiaries, IIFCL has 3 subsidiaries: IIFCL UK Limited, IIFCL Projects Limited, and IIFCL Asset Management Limited. These are the three entities. Of course, they too still are carrying on with the award objective with which they were set up, other than the last asset management company, which is trying to reorient itself as whatever assets they had, it's on the way. They have been primarily liquidated and distributed to the unit holders. They are trying to reorient themselves, and maybe we are looking to set up a AIF also in the current year. In terms of assistance, we are present in terms of diversity is concerned. We are present in all the infrastructure, 5 major subsectors, and all the 27 or 32 subsectors of infrastructure sector are concerned. The last is in terms of diversity of activities. We are present in all the stages of project life cycle, which includes external commercial borrowings, advisory, syndication. So in a way, we are a single house, single window company which provides all the 360-degree services related to the infrastructure sector. Now, in terms of on the left hand side, if I see IIFCL products, on the right hand side is the impact that we have created. If we see the products, I am rendering finance to the under construction infra projects, which amounts to 1.16 lakh crore so far. This gives a snapshot of last 18 years what we have achieved. We are now present in the green field as well as in the brown field, which we classify as revenue earning infra projects. Then we are also in bonds and InvITs as permitted by the Reserve Bank of India. These are completed assets. The bond market, development of bond market is one of the major objective of the government of India. We are trying to contribute by subscribing to the infrastructure bonds only, and that too of a longer tenor, not of 1 to 3 years, which typically falls within the domain of mutual funds. We have also done the objective of credit enhancement. About 2,500 crore proposals we have been able to so far process. Then we are also helping hand to our sister companies like REC, PFC. We are providing refinance to NBFCs, including Indian Railway Finance Corporation, and which I think our help to the sister companies is to the tune of 64,000 crores. So now on the right hand side, if I see the impact is in terms of percentage of installed capacity in energy sector. We are present right from waste to energy to nuclear power corporation. We have given funds to all of them, and it amounts to about 18% of the India's installed capacity. Then in renewable, if we are talk about renewable, then 11%. In terms of national highways, we are 21%. We are present in almost all the major airports and also the ports. 33%, roughly about 1/3 of the ports have been financed by IIFCL. In terms of impact on infrastructure sector, if we see, we have done financing for about 750 projects which are under in the various subsectors, roads, powers. These are essentially public-private partnership projects, PPP projects, and in terms of total project outlay, if we see, our bandwidth goes up to 12 and about 13 lakh crore. These are. If we see on the map of India, our geographical presence is spread almost throughout the country, barring a very few states. Now, this is a pictorial kind of depiction which I already stated in terms of energy. We have given sanctions to, we have funded some of the major projects, including thermal power in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Then we are in Maharashtra. Then we are also in transmission projects of West Bengal. Then again a thermal power project in Haryana. So these are kind of our marquee projects where our sanctions were substantial. In terms of green energy, we are present in Rajasthan in a solar power project. Then we are there in the hydro power project in Himachal Pradesh. Then wind energy also. This all is a impact to show you in a slide as to we are present in almost all the subsectors in terms of diversity of my portfolio is concerned. Then coming to the road sector, we are one of the largest lender to the HAM projects. 21% of India's national highway capacity has been funded by us. In terms of strategic importance, if we see, we are there in Ganga Expressway. We have funded 4 projects which are still under construction. Shri Amarnath Ji Tunnelway, which is again a project of strategic importance in the state of J&K. We are there. Then we are also present in TOT projects where there is a substantial risk in terms of to the developer as well as to the financer. So we are not shying away from our responsibility of funding infrastructure projects. So we are there in terms of our TOT projects also. Then in terms of airport, this is a snapshot of different pictures of the airports we have. As we can see, it is Delhi Airport. Again, we have funded. Then Zevar Airport is something which is under construction. We have given funding to the tune of 1100 crores. Then Navi Mumbai Airport, which is under construction. We are again 1000 crore plus. Goa was just recently completed. We were the lead bank in the project of Goa. Again, we are there with a significant sanction there. In Hyderabad, again we have sanction, and couple of other airports, including Bangalore Airport, we are in talks with the Fairfax, so they are also keen to join. In terms of urban infra, if we see, we have funded metro rail projects, that is in Pune, Delhi, Gurgaon, Mumbai, and solid waste management. As I mentioned, we are there. In ports also, the picture states, Pune Metro, we are there with a significant amount. Urban waste management projects, again, we are there. And last slide, if we see, we were the lead lender. Come back to the previous. Yeah, we were lead lender in India's first railway station redevelopment. Government has been talking a lot about the railway station redevelopment projects. When no other bank was coming forward, we were the only institution who took the lead, and we performed the risk of undertaking this project redevelopment. Only one project which has been successful, and Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated. This was Rani Kamalapati station in Bhopal. So we have successfully handheld that project and got this project executed as one of the lead lender. Unfortunately, thereafter the government had a rethink, and now they are going more on a EPC mode. The Railway Ministry is thinking of diversifying into their own resources because of probably because of some of the project delay issues and interstate coordination agency issues, whereby the developers were shying away. But nonetheless, we performed the role of a market developer. In terms of the picture now, I come to the hard facts. These are the, if we see in last 4 years, 9,300 was the sanction. Now today, as on date in December, we have sanctioned 30,000 crores as I speak today. So we have almost tripled the amount of sanctions in a year, and still we are 9 months. I have another 3 months to go in this year. So perhaps we will cross 40,000 crore in this year in terms of sanctions. In terms of disbursements, if we see, it was 6,000 crore in 2020. Now I have disbursed already more than 14,700 crore as on today, which is more than my previous year disbursements, which was 13,800. So in terms of financial, in terms of profitability also, if we see, Financial year 2020 was a little blip in terms of going into minus. Now we are into 1270-700 crore net profit. So as a taxman, I am happy that we have contributed more than 400 crore rupees towards my department in terms of direct taxes in last 1 year alone. And in the current year, I think we will be closing, as on today, we have 1100 crore net profit in 9 months. So hopefully we should be crossing 1600 crore in this year. So that is the value accretion which we are making to the net worth of the company, and that is probably, since the additional secretary and the director from the ministry are here, I would like that this performance we take it forward in terms of IPO valuation, and also before that I would like that my employees and officers, we are a small knit team, well knit team of the about 130 officers. So I want that employee stock options also may be shared with them, so that the value creation which they have helped, it is not we too have created, it is all who are sitting in this hall, including our customers, including our partners who have contributed to the growth in last 4 years. We should be able to share our prosperity going forward and vest within them the stock options which would help them in continuing to make efforts in the growth of the company, so that their wealth also grows with the wealth of the company, and both their objectives are intertwined. Now in terms of the top was, half was slides are about the business. If we see the quality of business in the last 3 slides, if we see, that is the lowest NPA level. We have created business, but yes, 1920 was 19.7% NPA. Now I stand at 3.8 gross NPA, and net NPA stands at 0.85. I'm sure these figures compare well to any commercial bank in the country. And in terms of high quality loan book, the A and AA and AAA rated assets were 43% in my portfolio as on March 20. Today they stand at 78%. So which means all the above growth has come in terms of quality of assets. We have not just added every Tom, Dick and Harry in our business, and we have not just grown at a astronomical pace by adding any client. What we have done is, we have very quality. Seats may be empty, but whosoever is sitting on this seat in the hall carries a quality of A+. So that I can assure you. In terms of recoveries, the last slide is 471 we started with. Today, last year we made 1350, and my partner, I think he forgot to mention 24. He said कि सर बहुत छोटी फिगर है, दूं के नहीं दूं करंट ईयर की. मैंने बोला छोड़ दो. Now I have nothing much left to show recoveries. So basically my NPAs are getting down, and I hope to shut down that before I sign off from the company. We should be closing off our NPA department, so that we don't need more than a manager, and this graph should also gradually disappear. Now my colleague just mentioned from clients to partners. So these are the how we because many people ask us, ये कैसे हो सकता है, आपने 250 से 1500 कैसे प्रॉफिट हो गया, जरूर कुछ गड़बड़ है. This is the same question RBI also sometimes asks us. So I said, this is the pictorial. Now I thought for a change I should not speak, let the pictures speak for themselves. So these are couple of our stake initiatives. That is, we went to the stakeholders, we approached them, we went to them, to their cities to interact with them. What is it which I lack, which my other peer institutions are able to grasp you? So you please, and this is a kind of stakeholder meetings we held throughout the country, Chennai, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, and of course some on, we had a, on the right hand side, we took a policy initiative also. We believe in policy advocacy. On airport sector, we brought together all the major airport operators in the country, along with Ministry of Civil Aviation, DGCA, AERA, all other regulatory bodies, and under the chairmanship of Secretary DFS, we organized this one-day conference, whereby we thought that whatever are the initiatives to be taken, let a policy paper come out on this. And I'm glad to share today we will be unveiling that paper for public release to the DFS, can take it forward to the right quarters in the government, so that whatever needs to be done in future can be done under this government. This is our international forum. India was chairing Shanghai Cooperation Organization. There is a interbank consortium. India chairs that, represents the ministry in this forum. So these are quite some pictures whereby we had interactions and meetings. One picture says, for the first time in the SCO forum, we did knowledge management. We shared knowledge on infrastructure projects with them, how we can, this was first such initiative which was lauded by the Ministry of External Affairs also, and they have taken up this area as a future area of engagement with other stakeholders. This on the right hand side is one, this is on international forum, as I said. This is conference on investment opportunity between India and UK, where Secretary DFS himself was present, and couple of dignitaries are there, including Chairman PNB and MD IIFCL, and representatives of the ministry are also here. So they were there, which was very well attended, and we are engaging with the external investors as well. Now another beginning we have done is last month in December only, we have opened a small office in Gift City as a one initiative to take it forward. On the right hand side, if we see, there is a UNECE award we got. We are a small lender always in the consortium because of the safety guidelines which are applicable on me. I take 20% exposure in greenfield and 30% in the brownfield. So as a result, we were still, but we are able to make a major impact. There was a conference last year in Greece, and today we are honored that Deputy Ambassador of Greece, Alexandros Bodris, is also with us today. I have invited him today for the next session. He will be sharing his thoughts with us. This conference was on sustainability and India. We showcase the impact of Pune elevated metro, which we are funding with the consortium of 7 banks. And we won special commendation award amongst 200 countries which were participating there. Our project still won the award, and IIFCL team got that award. We shared that award with the Pune Municipal Commissioner, but unfortunately nobody still recognizes the name of the IIFCL there, that they are the company. But nonetheless, we are always a silent admirer wherever the appreciation takes place. Here, one thing also I would like to take with the ministry also, since we have the benefit of people and hardly we get a captive audience of them when they are sitting here and all ears to us. My colleague is smiling with a laugh, but nonetheless, I have one small request to make, that whenever it is the banking community which takes lot of risk in terms of funding greenfield projects, but whenever you go on the road or highway or a power project or an airport, hardly there is a mention of the institutions which put their neck on the edge while financing that, and never there is a mention of a lead institutions or 5 banks in the consortium who funded that project. I am not talking about brownfield, but at least greenfield institutions, there should be some mention of the names. I think this small initiative will go a long way in recognizing, because ultimately 80% money the lenders put only, and 20% money comes from largely from the promoters. So it will be a good step if on the toll plaza this project is financed by, on one corner, please mention 4 banks, 5 banks, 6 banks, whosoever are there. Even on a bridge, even on an airport, even on a dam, I think it will give a sense of pride not only to the bankers, but will also will enthuse the kind of young kids who are passing by bringing a sense of curiosity that look, oh, these projects are financed by the lenders. So they may also choose to make lending as a career. And I think, thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very informative presentation. May I now request our Managing Director, Shri P.R. Jaishankar, to please share his thoughts with the audience.
Good morning to all of you, esteemed guests, and I think the presentation which my colleague Mr. Pawan Kumar shared with the tinge of humor has said it all. And it gives me immense pleasure and pride to stand before you on this auspicious occasion of this 19th Foundation Day of IIFCL and welcome you. And I think this journey we started in a very, very wintry morning. We have our founder chairman with us. Welcome, sir, Mr. S.S. Kohli. On the wintry morning of 5th January 2006. And I think today, as we are here, the institution enters its 19th year. It's a memorable journey. And we have been resonating with the infrastructure sector in India also, I should say that. So with that, I extend my heartfelt welcome to Dr. Maruti Prasad Thangirala, Additional Secretary of the Department of Financial Services, and thank him for kindly agreeing to grace the 19th Foundation Day celebration of IIFCL. And Dr. Thangirala is a 1990 batch officer of the Indian P&T Accounts and Finance Service. He has earlier served the Government of India in various prestigious positions, the Department of Telecommunications, in the Telecom Regulatory Authority, in the IRDAI, and the UPSC. And he has published a number of articles in scholarly journals. And one very significant aspect of his career is that I should share with you, is that he's author of the telecom sector regulations in India. We are honored to have you, sir, amongst us in this momentous occasion. 18 years ago, a vision was conceived, an aspiration to catalyze infrastructure growth, development, and progress across our nation's infrastructure landscape. Today, as we enter the 19th year of our operation, we reflect not just our successful journey, but on the profound impact that we've made on infrastructure development of India as such. Success is not just measured in terms of financial figures and numbers, as we have seen, but reflected in the tangible infrastructure facilities that have become a reality and transformative impact on the lives of people across the country. Be it roads that facilitate transport and trade, the airports, ports, railways that connect distant communities, power grids that light up homes, and other facets of rural and urban infrastructure. We are proud with our consistent achievement and significant milestones, particularly in the last 3 years, showcasing our growth and expertise in the infrastructure financing sector. With a cumulative sanctions of around 2.5 lakh crores and disbursements of about 1.2 lakh crores, IIFCL has demonstrated the commitment to fuel the growth of the nation. I'm glad to share that the company has so far sanctioned a total of over 750 projects with a total project outlay of 13 lakh crores, which covers approximately about 28% of the country's PPP projects, and with the potential to create over 1.5 lakh indirect and direct jobs. Being in business for the last 18 years, about 40% of our business was done in the last 4 years alone, which is a testimony that India's infrastructure sector is now positioned well in the saddle for greater growth. For the last 3 consecutive years, the performance has been record-breaking for us in terms of sanctions, disbursements, profitability, lower NPAs, and all other areas on a 360-degree, if you look at it from all the angles. And this year too, the trends are expected to continue. By December 2023, we have already surpassed our previous years of record sanctions and disbursements. And with one more quarter left, I think within still our grasp, we aspire to accomplish significantly more and scale to greater heights. The declining trends in NPA highlights the resilience of not only our balance sheet, but also the sector's growing maturity. Gross NPAs and net NPAs have declined significantly over the last 4 years, falling from the levels of around 20% and 10% in March 2020 to sub 4% and sub 0% levels in September 2023. We steadfastly remain consistent with our focus on growth with quality. Our portfolio continues to grow healthier, with over 78% of our assets being externally rated A and above, compared to 40% in March 2020. And going forward, we are expanding towards new geographies, sectors, and products. We have recently opened up our office in Gift City, as you have just seen, and not only this, we'll open other branches across different centers, expanding our reach to other metros and other cities as well. We are also planning to sponsor AIFs and issue green sustainability bonds. We are trying to fund more renewable energy projects and significantly increase the share of green projects in our portfolio mix. IIFCL is now on active mode in bringing stakeholders of infrastructure sector on a common platform to highlight their concerns and discuss possible solutions. We have held multiple stakeholder discussions in metro cities and initiated organizing sector-specific conferences. Report has been prepared by IIFCL on the airport sector, and we have the honor of having the Additional Secretary, Dr. Tanjirala, here with us to unveil the report. Further, for tapping global participation in the Indian infrastructure market, we organized a conference in London, which was centered around investment opportunities between India and UK. And we had the pleasure and the honor of Secretary DFS, Dr. Vivek Joshi, presiding the conference. We had a number of investors and a number of inquiries, and the bullishness of the international investor community was very, very visible in that conference. And we hope to take that forward with different other programs and stakeholder interactions to make the investment opportunities in India come alive for global investors. These milestones not only signify the financial prowess of IIFCL, but also its commitment to excellence, innovations, and sustainable development in infrastructure financing landscape. IIFCL's journey has been resonating with the overall journey of the Indian infrastructure sector, well in line with government's vision of propelling economic growth through infrastructure sector. As I see the infrastructure growth story, it can be classified into 4 phases. The phase 1 being the early 2000s, where total investment in infrastructure was very low and a realization was there to usher in public-private partnership models, with a shift from public sector-led growth to private consumption and private investment-led growth. This was a phase focused on asset creation alone. Then came the second phase, or the trough, where the inadequate preparation of contracted projects, limited finances, risk-taking capabilities of over-leveraged promoters, delayed land acquisitions and clearances, all laid the seeds for delays in cost overruns in projects. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. Thus started the third phase, wherein government stepped in to fix most of the issues. Some of the measures taken at the time with the Kelkar committee for ushering the slew of reforms that were needed, better risk-sharing practices, the model concession agreements were redefined, and hybrid annuity models were adopted. And today, I can say that the infrastructure sector is in the next phase, the fourth phase, where a new asset class of completed revenue-earning projects have now emerged and are ready to be refinanced through bond market and asset monetization. With this new asset class, there is a felt need for greater innovation and new funding sources, especially with increased participation of foreign players. In fact, this phase of growth has already started and started to take shape with strong pickup of the merger and acquisition activities, new age instruments like the InvITs, bonds and influx of foreign capital through globally reputed pension and insurance funds. At the same time, I feel it's necessary to strengthen our fundamentals in so far as the greenfield projects is concerned, with a view to enthuse private investments, both domestic and international, into the sector. I would conclude with the mention of 4 specific reforms needed in infrastructure sector for its way forward. First, need for a new financial architecture to be in place where banks fund greenfield projects, lower tenor greenfield projects, lesser tenor greenfield projects with their liability, according to their liability profiles. Post completion, the project can be offloaded into the bond market and or the other banks and financial institutions with long-term lending profiles. This will lead to the real long-term finance situation that is actually needed to fund infrastructure projects. For this, the regulatory reforms are needed, particularly from the Reserve Bank of India, where today there is an embargo on increasing the maturity of projects, particularly the standard projects, standard assets, where the maturity levels can't be increased. So there we need to look at how the restructuring is redefined in India to include standard projects restructuring with possibilities of increasing the maturity for ensuring better viability of projects. I think that's a very, very important reform needed to actually define and put in place the real long-term finance that is required in the infrastructure sector. Otherwise, the long-term finance by one single institution or a group of single institutions is no panacea for the development. I think we need a system. Second, IIFCL has been advocating an insurance product to cover project completion risks, such as delays in land acquisition, delays in obtaining clearances, approvals, local oppositions, change in law and order, and all that. The product is known as the Project Completion Risk Insurance and shall require the concession authorities subscribing to insurance for making termination payments to lenders and developers, and such termination payments can become the credit enhancement for projects. This will not only reduce the burden on the exchequer for making the termination payments in case of any hurdles that the project faces, but also protect the interest of investors and lenders. This product we are trying to pilot with the help of multilateral agencies, and we are talking to the insurance regulator also, which can lead to a very good business avenue for insurance companies. Third, it is high time for the country to come up with a tripartite nature of concession agreements involving concessionaires, concessioning authorities, and lenders. Lenders being the largest stakeholders in infrastructure projects with over 70% of the financial stake. They must have a say. This will improve the bankability of a project and boost the lender's confidence. And most importantly, I feel, sanctity of the contracts must prevail. Enforcement must be there. I think these are some basic tenets which are really looked at by investors into infrastructure projects, particularly because the projects are generational in nature and it passes on from one generation to another, and that is the long-term nature of a project is actually generational. It's perhaps the most complicated nature of lending that an infrastructure finance company does, and projects which are 15 years to 20 years are now looked at 30 to 45 years, and going forward it could be more. The London's Channel Tunnel itself is an example where it has a concession of 100 years with about 201 banks funding that over a period of 101 years. And perhaps that is regarded as the private sector's answer to the infrastructure financing needs in the developed world. I think we need to adopt such models. And if we need to adopt such models, we need more finances, we need more private investments. And if we need more private investments, we need to have better confidence levels amongst the investors. And if that is to be ensured, policies are good. We can have policies. We have a number of policies which actually ensure resolution of disputes and so on and so forth. But if we need to actually make things clear and make things more visible and more confident for investors ab initio, there needs to be a law. I think it's very high time that India also follows some of the better developed nations in having an infrastructure law which actually promotes enforcement, ensures the sanctity of the provisions of the contracts, and safeguards the interest of all stakeholders, not just the investors and the developers, but also it will definitely lead to a better confidence in the entire system, and the beneficiaries will obviously be the government and the users, that is the citizens of the country. I think that's very, very important. The demands of the rapidly growing nation necessitates proactive approach in all our endeavors. Embracing technology, fostering sustainable practices, and aligning with global best practices will be pivotal in shaping the future. I extend my deepest gratitude to the DFS, Ministry of Finance, for their constant support, guidance, and all the encouragement that I have been receiving and the institution has been receiving. I would like to thank every stakeholder, every partner, and all present in this room and beyond who have contributed to our success. A special mention about the unstinted efforts, the devotion, and the perseverance of IIFCL officers and employees. Which has kept the IIFCL flag flying high. As we look ahead and we acknowledge our responsibilities are greater than ever. I stand here today with immense pride in what we have achieved together. Together, let us script a future where our infrastructure not only connects places, but also bridges the gap between the aspirations and achievements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your views about IIFCL and the state of infrastructure sector, and also suggesting reforms that shall go a long way in further improving the sector from where it is today. So, as you must most already know, IFCL held a roundtable conference on the airport sector back in October 2023 with the Honorable Secretary DFS presiding the event. The conference was a resounding success and brought together key stakeholders, including representatives from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, airport operators, banks and financial institutions, rating agencies, aviation consultants, to deliberate on policy reforms needed to attract more investments into the sector. As promised, IIFCL has now come out with a report on this sector containing key recommendations from the discussions under the guidance of the Department of Financial Services. And we are absolutely thrilled and elated to share that Sri Tangirala shall unveil this report to all of you, with the hope that recommendations from this report will augment the development of airport sector in India. So we may now proceed with the unveiling of the report. If you can just gather for a photograph. Yeah? Okay. Thank you, sir. I now request our chief guest to please grace the event and share his words of wisdom with us with an address.
Shri Jaishankar, Shri Pawan Kumar, dignitaries, officers and employees of IIFCL, other stakeholders, very good and warm morning to you all. It's my immense pleasure to participate in this 19th Foundation Day celebrations, surrounded by esteemed dignitaries, the founder, CEO of IIFCL no less, CEOs of banks and development institutions, Honorable former Chief Justice, and all of you, as has been mentioned, the key people in this room being the employees and officers of IIFCL. I've had the pleasure of listening closely to both the MD and DMD of IIFCL today. And it's a truly impressive performance, I must say, that IIFCL has put in the past 4 years, that has been going from strength to strength. And I therefore would like to congratulate all of you, including the MD and DMD, for this noteworthy success. And it's been said that, about the global economy, it continues to face multiple macroeconomic and geopolitical challenges. The prediction of a recession has not come true, but there are enough indications all around that the global growth is slowing amid tightening financial conditions. And inflation is still high, though of course there have been some indications that there may be a pivot on that. India is one country that stands out as an attractive prospect for global investors on the back of its strong macroeconomic fundamentals and ongoing structural reforms. As the Honorable Prime Minister recently stated, India's transition from being one of the fragile five a decade ago to being the fifth largest and soon maybe the fourth largest economy has captured the attention of the world, which sees India as a ray of hope and an important stakeholder in furthering global prosperity. It's indeed true that India is probably the world's emerging growth engine. GDP growth of 7.2% in 22-23 and a projected 6.5 in 24-25. India's economic resilience is evident. India is anticipated to become the world's third largest economy by 2030, forecast of 7% GDP growth in 26-27. These are all figures from research that has been done. While the global financial system faces strains, India's financial sector remains stable and resilient, marked by sustained growth in bank credit, low non-performing assets, and that is reflected in the IIFCL numbers as well, and ample capital and liquidity buffers. The incorporation of technology and increasing digitization enhances the reach and depth of financial intermediation, creating new avenues for growth and financial inclusion. Against this backdrop, it becomes crucial to recognize and appreciate the various facets of infrastructure financing as the driving force behind India's growth narrative. Infrastructure, as you are all aware, plays a pivotal role in India's economic growth with a projected CAGR of 8.2% in the sector by 2027. The sector has strong backward and forward linkages with a strong multiplier effect as well across sectors. To support this sector, the government has taken a slew of initiatives. The $1.3 trillion National Master Plan for Infrastructure, the PM Gati Shakti, has been a front runner in bringing about systemic and effective reforms in the sector. The National Infrastructure Pipeline, which started with about 6,800 projects, now encompasses over 9,300 projects covering 34 subsectors, and it relies on a mix of funding sources with about 30% expectation from banks, DFIs, and financial institutions like IIFCL. To achieve these goals, a proactive and synergistic approach is essential among banks, FIs, and DFIs. Indeed, offline, I was discussing with the DMD certain changes that may be required from the side of the government to ensure that IIFCL can play with its ability for appraisal, how it can actually increase its importance in ensuring that this collaboration between banks and financial institutions take place. And we will be looking at some of the suggestions that have indeed come out from both of you, including, of course, on a lighter note, how to improve the positive messaging for banks and institutions in terms of projecting their role in infra development, to the more serious ones such as the credit enhancement aspect that the managing director has brought about. We also are interested in looking at that part of insurance, and we will try and take that forward definitely. IIFCL, as a dedicated financial institution for infrastructure, has been actively contributing, and we've seen that contribution. And it's not just that since inception, now it has handled 751 projects, 13 lakh crore across infrastructure subsectors. There are very interesting and innovative initiatives that they have taken, the most recent being the conference that they organized for the airport sector that was done where Secretary was present. IIFCL addresses policy issues, capacity building, and revitalizing the PPP model. And it's also chaired the SCO Interbank Consortium that has all been brought out. I need not repeat all this. The one thing that stood out in the presentation and in what the MD had mentioned in his speech was the remarkable performance of the past 2, 3, 4 years. And I hope that going into your third decade, you will sustain this level of performance. I truly also hope that your NPA department doesn't even need a manager going forward. And I will affirm the support of DFS in all your endeavors, and we can have chat offline about some of the policy measures that we can take. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us a view of the Indian economy as well as encouraging IIFCL and its employees with your kind words. We at IIFCL always look forward to the guidance and support from DFS and hope that the department shall continue supporting us in all our future endeavors. We shall now break for tea and gather back in exactly 10 minutes from now. So, thank you. Short tea break, I'm being told.
India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, IIFCL, a Government of India owned infrastructure finance company, was founded in 2000.
Requesting everyone to please gather back, call their friends, colleagues, and please, we need to start the panel discussion. Request everyone to please be seated. We are already running short of time, so we need to start the panel discussion soon. We have with us, welcome back everyone, and we have with us a very interesting panel discussion lined up with industry leaders who need no introduction, but I'll still humbly try to give one for the benefit of all. May I request each of the panelists to please come up on stage as I invite them. First we have Mr. Atul Kumar Goyal, MD and CEO of Punjab National Bank. Prior to his current position, he was Managing Director and CEO of UCO Bank and Executive Director in the Union Bank of India. We have Mr. Alexandro Bondares, Honorable Deputy at the Greece Embassy. He has held the Head Counsel position at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Greece. He is known for his work in sustainable development. Mr. Pawan K. Kumar, Deputy Managing Director of IIFCL. He is an IRS officer of 1990 batch. He is Chief Commissioner of Income Tax and has worked in various capacities at different levels of the government. Mr. Suresh Goyal, MD and CEO of NHI Invit. He has recently led NHI Invit's maiden public issue of long-dated NCDs, which was first of its kind in India. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Virender Pankaj, CEO of Aseem Infra Finance. He has been associated with L&T Infra Finance and SBI in the areas of project finance, corporate and structured finance. I welcome you all. The session is going to be moderated by Sri Alok Brara, CEO of India Infrastructure Publishing. May I request him to come up on stage? Over to you, sir. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Anshul. Good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning. My name is Alok Brara. I publish Indian Infrastructure Magazine, and that's why I'm here. To begin with, very honored to moderate this session. I think we've been involved with IIFCL for many, many years. I think we've been involved with Mr. Jaishankar also for many, many years. And it's a great pleasure to be here. We have, as was just said just before, we have a very interesting group of panelists, and very eminent group of panelists. And we have about, how much time do we have, Chanchal? Do we know? We have about 1 hour. Okay, so we'll have about 1 hour, and we'll try to do questions, first 45, 50 minutes with me, and then maybe 10, 15 minutes with questions with the audience. We'll make it fairly freewheeling, not really long statements, just quick questions and answers, and that way we can have more questions, more answers, and hopefully maybe some audience participation as well. So, to begin with, I just want to ask each one of the panelists, and it's going to be different for different people, of course, and often I'll come to Mr. Pawan Kumar the last because he's the host here as well. And but let me begin with Mr. Goel. Mr. Goel, could you just tell us what is PNB's role in infrastructure development right now in terms of the nature and the magnitude, and also how do you see it growing from where it is?
Thank you very much. As far as the role of the PNB is concerned, PNB is one of the largest bank of the country, as well as it is the oldest bank of the country. So the role of the PNB is very, very immense for the infrastructure development in terms of the figure also. As on date, around 97,000 crore rupees. We have given the loan to the different type of the infrastructure. I am happy to share the market share of the bank in the total loan of the scheduled commercial bank, it ranges around 6.4 to 6.5. But when we see this number of the 97,000, then the market share in the infrastructure financing is 7.3%. So it is much more than the whatever we are having. And we are providing all the type of loan, whether it is related to the airport, whether there is a related to the road, etc., port, road, and the social infrastructure also. So, and we are very bullish also because the infrastructure is the key driver for the economic growth of the country. The role of the PNB is very, very, not on the PNB, in the banking sector also, because there is a 2-3 types of the lender. The role of the IIFCL exclusively for the infrastructure, but the role of the banks are the different. So all the banking sector, including the PNB, has the great role, and where we are bullish for when we are talking about the infrastructure financing.
All right. And if I can quickly follow up on that, and going forward, I know the banks are looking, last few years, some banks were a little cautious about infrastructure development, and what is your perspective now?
Now, last 2 to 3 years, it is a very easy because the government has taken a lot of initiatives, etc. also. So there was no any hitch in the last 2 years. Earlier there was because if you see the NPA in the infrastructure sector, it was much more 5, 6 years, 7 back. But government has taken a lot of initiatives. Let us take one example of the road project. So they have come out with the HAM. And this is one of the another process also where the NHAI is also giving the contribution, the promoters contribution, and the ultimately issue when we are talking about the road also, that was the purchasing of the land, etc. also. I think as on date, no project is being installed unless until they are not with the 90% of the land acquired. So a lot of initiative has been taken by the government and the other various stakeholder also. So I think there is last 2 years we were very bullish. Every bank is very bullish. There is no.
So you think
threat.
Going forward as well, you think that you will continue to lend more to the sector?
Definitely, definitely. But there is only one challenge for the banking sector. Basically, there is a sometime mismatch of the ALM sector also, because this such type of the project is the very long duration, maybe 15 years. Sometime Mr. Jayasankar was also saying in their speech, maybe sometime it is a 30 year, and he has given the example of the one of the project 100 years. So, but that is not coming, because what we are thinking, every year the deposit growth of the bank is increasing, so everything is core, because there is a concept of the how much is the core, how much is the wealth. So as on date also, I do not foresee any problem, although there is some challenges also, but infrastructure is the one of the area where we are bullish to finance in times to come.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll go to Mr. Goyal next. Mr. Goyal, question for you. You represent NHI, but you also represent INVITs in a way.
I was also a little bit confused which Goyal you have asked.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You just call me
Mr.
Suresh, I think.
Suresh Goyal. Suresh Goyal.
Suresh.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Goyal, you represent NHI, you also represent INVITs, both. So my question to you is going to be a bit twofold. One is, first of all, very briefly, if you can give us a sense of NHI's involvement in the infrastructure development in terms of just the magnitude and scale of the projects it oversees. And two is, if you can just give us very briefly a sense of what NHI INVIT is about, and maybe just where the INVITs are on the whole today. So three parts to that question.
Sure. Thank you, Alok. And first of all, my congratulations to IIFCL for the 19th Foundation Day, Jaishankar ji and Pawan ji. So, another 19 years ahead of you, successful. Thank you. So, Alok, you had three questions embedded in that, but I'll try to answer this also just given my background. So, my background has been on the equity side.
Right.
I represent.
And I should mention, we have known you from that time, Macquarie's time.
Exactly.
Yes.
So,
yes.
so I think just to add on to what Mr. Goyal was saying and to your questions, so NHI has done a tremendous job in building up the national highway network in the country. I think as a proud Indian, and I'm sure all of you sitting in the room would have first-hand tasted or witnessed the quality and the reach of the highways that we have. That has required tremendous support from various stakeholders, and of course, the government of India has put in a lot of money, and the Indian banking system has equally supported that when those highways have been built. Now, clearly, those highways have been built, they are all national assets, and I'm now trying to bring the lens of equity markets into this. So, in a way, just think of this, that the government put in the equity in building those highways, particularly which have been built on the non-BOT platform, which is non-HAM, non-BOT, etc. That means the government has put in the money to construct those highways, ably supported by the Indian banking system. And that's where the role of monetization comes in, right, before I go to the INVIT. And the ambitious national monetization plan lays out about 26% stake to be coming out of the national highways, because they've also been roughly adding to about 25% of the national capex that we are incurring. So in that monetization, what we are trying to do is replace the government equity with the private sector equity. Right. Very simply, that's what it is. And just like Mr. Goyal, he said that, we have seen the change from the government side, we have seen the change in the policy side, we have seen a lot of supporting atmosphere. One of the reasons has been that the banks have also started to embrace operating assets, right? I think there is a bit of risk aversion on the greenfield asset side. I think the cycle would turn and we will start to do that. So if you are at this point in time looking at it from the perspective of the government, which has built the assets, they have an equity that they've invested into, and on the bank side, which are very supportive of the monetization because they want to give loans to the operating assets. So we needed to bring in the equity element now, right? And where does that equity element come in to ensure that the cycle gets completed is where we had to tap into the institutions. And the institutions happen to be both from the international side and the domestic side. The fact is, as a country, we are an equity deficit country. We are not a debt deficit country, but we are an equity deficit country because our savings are mostly going into welfare, national projects, etc., defense, etc., etc. So we are not saving enough to be able to save and invest into infrastructure.
And that is where the role of international savings comes through, and India being a shining pole star at this point in time in the global markets is helpful. So we are able to attract a lot of global long-term patient capital into the country, as well as we are being supported by domestic institutions in the nature of long-term investors, pension funds, insurance companies, mutual funds, etc. So that's a kind of a broad scenario. Sorry for the long answer, but I thought it will just set the context for further discussions. And that's where the InvIT comes in. Right. InvIT is the most efficient platform that has been set up by SEBI to put all this thing together. So it's in the form of a trust, which has got very strong governance. Half of the board needs to be independent directors. The decision making is largely driven by the board, not by the sponsor. The role of the sponsor is clearly defined, right? But also states clearly that there are decisions where the sponsor has to recuse or the investors have to recuse, etc. So largely a board driven, and that's where the role of the independent directors becomes extremely important. And NHAI, and I have to give compliments to them that they thought about this and they set up this platform, and through this platform we have been able to get high quality banks, lenders, bondholders. We are hopeful to get PNB and IIFCL into our stack shortly. And then we have got support from global pension funds and domestic institutions. So we currently have done about 12,000 crores in the market to do probably another 15 to 16,000 crores during later this month. And that would convert this into the largest operating roads platform in the country. So that's kind of a broad summary.
Right. Okay.
Thank
you. Thank you. Mr. Pankaj, if I can come to you next. Your organization, Asim Infrastructure Finance, has been there just for a few years. And I think you've been there for almost 2.5 years there as well. Could you tell us what the mandate of the organization is and what's the current scale of operations?
Sure. Thank you. And congratulations to IIFCL. Even though I have been watching the journey very closely, but when you look back at the impact over a period of time, you really realize that how impactful the organization has been. Coming back to Asim, Asim Infrastructure Finance has been set up by, currently our shareholders are NIIF, Government of India 30%, and 10% is with SMBC of Japan. So essentially we picked up capital from long-term patient capital providers because that is what infrastructure financing requires. So we are now slightly about 3.5-year-old, Alok. So currently we have built up a book of about 13,000 crore. It's half of it almost is in green energy, related to green energy. About 25 to 30% of the book is in the road sector. And thereafter, we have done, all other infrastructure sectors. About 13 sectors currently we are covering. Asim's advantage and, is its focus. We are very clear that for next 100 years we are going to do only and only infrastructure financing. So there is no diversion for us. Cycles will come and go, times will change. But if India has to become a developed nation, then the only route to that is via infrastructure. And we need to probably take it up to maybe 2 to 3 times of what we are, which itself is twice of where we were about 4 or 5 years back in terms of annual investment into infrastructure. So scope-wise, it's unlimited. Our focus is to be a specialist player, and we aspire to be a thought leader in the sector. We are not aspiring to be a market leader. The reason why we believe we might be able to make progress is that Asim believes in collaboration. So we work very closely and very well with everyone. So be it foreign banks, Indian banks, institutions. With IIFCL, we work on both sides of the balance sheet. IIFCL is a lender to us. So is PNB, sir. And we also try to do deals together. So with every institution, we are trying to build that kind of relationship. So collaboration is how you leave a bigger impact than what your balance sheet allows.
Okay, all right. Let me go to Mr. Borderes now. Mr. Borderes, I think in your introduction they mentioned that one of the areas you focus on is sustainable development. So when you look at India and you look at infrastructure development that's taking place, what is it that strikes you the most? What aspects of it do you find most interesting? And then what observations do you have with respect to sustainability of the development?
Thank you for a very interesting question. First of all, I have to tell you that it's not my first time in India. I came to India as a tourist extensively in 2003, 2004. So I came to Delhi, I drove to Agra, to Jaipur, and I went to Ladakh, to Kashmir. And I did it again when I came here as a deputy ambassador 2.5 years ago. So in May 2022, I did a road trip from Delhi to Leh, then to Srinagar, then Jammu, Ludhiana, and back to Delhi. So it was a totally different country, of course, and you see also the political will of the government to unite the country, which is very, very important, both on the motorways and by airplane, and now with the Vande Bharat. So because my field is political, I'm not an expert as you are here in financing, but for me it's very important, a huge country like India, historical country like India, to be well connected so that people from all over the country can come to Delhi and vice versa, and Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, the upcoming cities of Hyderabad, of Bengaluru, to be very well connected, and they are very well connected. So this is my first remark, that they are very well connected, and I think globally it's a competitive cost to, if you take not the per capita income, but the income of the person who owns a car, for example, who does own a car, to go to, say, to Jalandhar from Delhi, it's sustainable. I mean, it's not very, very expensive. On the other hand, what strikes me a lot is that this tremendous growth, because if you take the real income in 2002 and you come to 2024, it's not only tremendous growth, but also a very big improvement for the common persons. I have seen here there's a running water now, and there are water tanks almost everywhere. People use much more soap, much more detergents, so it's a much cleaner country. Swachh Bharat has worked. It's a obviously much cleaner country. I mean, very close to global standards. But on the other hand, it is the sustainability, you said, it has to do with the environment. So there you have to spend a lot of man hours in education. I mean, about plastic. I mean, in all these trips, also last year I went again to Manali, and you see this infrastructure has allowed much more people to go to Manali, for example, and but very few of them realize that the plastic they are throwing in the river will stay there for thousands of years, and that the water is contaminated, and you cannot even swim. And it's a pity, because I like India, I respect your religion and the holy waters of Ganga, and Yamuna. Yamuna is a very ancient river in the Mahabharata, and it's a pity that even a fraction of the effort that you're putting in infrastructure could be put into cleaning the Yamuna and finding the solution. This is connected to what Mr. Pavan said about the quality of investment, because a nice flyover, of course, has to be done, and Delhi still needs more transformative impacts. But what is the outcome? I mean, will the child and the mother be able to walk on the Yamuna River? Will children at Holi go into the river and play? because for Viksit Bharat, this is also a very important element of your Prime Minister's vision, that fully developed means, of course, not to drink from the Yamuna, but at least for the young child to go and play in the Yamuna, to have a car park, to park, and to use, of course, the flyovers and the bridges and all this infrastructure that we are doing now. Of course, there are steps. So I see that India now is focusing, it's very correct that you focus on growth, because a hungry child, doesn't matter if he or she can go to the river, the child must be fed, must be educated, so you're spending a lot of money, it's very good, on schools, on the economic growth itself, the connectivity of ports, the infrastructure in the ports. And on that note, I would like to add also that becoming the third biggest economy, it will happen, of course, it's mathematically sure in 5 years, and India will stay there for many decades. So to make it more sustainable, you need more, to be more extrovert. So you see, like you said now, Mr. Pankaj, about Japan. For example, Japan is everywhere. So we would like to see more lenders, more Indian lenders in Europe. We would like to see more Indian companies hedging their bets and expanding for two reasons. First, because of the money. We need Indian money around the world, obviously. But secondly, because India is a power of good, as we see it in Greece. It's a positive power. It's not a hungry power. It's a righteous power. And we need more responsible people investing globally who have no second thoughts. So we would like to welcome you also in the project of that was announced in the G20 summit in September, the India Middle East Economic Corridor, a huge infrastructure project. Would like to see more Indians investing, more Indian companies and lenders being bolder and investing abroad for the stability of the world order.
Okay.
And Greece is ready to be the gateway of all Indian business and investment in Europe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to change the order of the questions a little bit because I want to get to Mr. Kumar next. And Mr. Kumar, when you look at the different infrastructure trends or trends in infrastructure finance, you know, whether it comes to sources or whether it comes to structures or whether it comes to conditions or demand, what's the one trend that strikes you as an important trend? Either a trend of change or trend that is continuing or trend that is not happening. What's the one trend? And I'm going to ask each one of you the questions about that. A different question for you, of course, Mr. Bodras. Yeah.
Thank you, Alok. I think one trend, if we talk of, I think what catches my attention in last 3 years is the kind of, I would say, the promoters have become more keen to now of the infrastructure assets. They are keen on recycling their investments. In terms of, we have seen this trend in the developers. Now they are keen to encash once the project is developed and the project starts earning cash flows. They are keen to take their capital out and pass it on to the next generation of the operators of so-called assets.
Right.
So that is one trend which is
so they want to
very
remain
healthy.
pure developers. As
They
opposed to
want
become
to remain pure developers.
Yeah.
And that is where I think what Suresh mentioned was
recycling the capital.
Recycling the capital.
Yeah.
So that is one trend which has really, I think, taken up.
Okay. Let me go to Mr. Goel. Mr. Goel, Suresh Goel, that is. Okay. I'm going to make sure that I rotate. Mr. Suresh Goel, what is the one trend that strikes you as very notable and important? And
I think a trend that clearly that is visible now is that we kind of the beaten down word of ESG, right? While and I'm taking ESG in a very broad sense at this point in time, rather than linking it to some parameters or some benchmarks for us to achieve. But just think of it as more transparent, more sustainable, more governance, more just having more focus towards your stakeholders and the society, right, at a broader sense. I think every organization is now requiring to have better governance, more transparent governance, sustainability in their strategy, and how they are managing their stakeholders. And they have to put it out for people to see, feel, and appreciate what they're doing. While it may not be giving any organization lower interest cost or cheaper cost of capital or anything like that, I think there is evidence of that is yet to, at a large scale, yet to be seen. But if you are able to demonstrate, and everybody is trying to demonstrate that now in their own way, clearly that is becoming a factor for one to be able to attract high quality institutional finance, both on the equity and the debt side. Without that, I think one would
So ESG becoming more and more a factor. Okay. Mr. Pankaj, same question for you. What is the one trend in infrastructure financing or development that you see is notable, striking?
I would say two. One is, I think that whether it is developers or lenders, investors, government, even judiciary, to an extent, everybody seems to have learned their lessons from the mistake which were made, as you mentioned, first phase of infrastructure financing. So everybody has learned their lessons, and we see the change thinking in every one of the stakeholders. So that has significantly de-risked infrastructure financing from what it was 10 years back. Till as recent as 10 years back. So I think that is a fundamental shift. Market is taking time to recognize, but maybe in next 10 years, everybody will say this, that infrastructure actually can be done in a low risk, right manner, you know, the financing. So that has, you know, that's one. That's one, I would say. Second, I think similar to what you touched upon, I think on debt side and equity side both, it's very clear that throughout a project life cycle, there will be multiple rounds of financing. So, you know, there will be a developer whose equity will then get replaced by a pension fund, whose equity will get replaced by investors, and so on and so forth. Project will live on, the lenders and investors will keep changing.
But the ownerships also will keep changing. And therefore the needs will keep changing.
Based on the profile they match. So that in a way takes care of, you know, ALM challenge in a practical way, because while on paper it's still there, but in reality assets will keep on getting refinanced. So nobody is going to, I think these two things are standout.
Mr. Atul Goyal, what is it that strikes you as notable trend in infrastructure finance or development?
In my opinion, there is a complete change of the mindset of the promoter. Although it is related to the whatever the Pavanji and the Sureshji has told, basically now the promoter is thinking concept of the pure equity. Now they are not taking so much of the project, they are very capable in execution. Execution, there is strength. But if they don't have the capital in hand, so they are not taking so many projects, because now on account of the change in the regulation, IBC, etc., you may say they have become risk averse. I am not saying that point of view, but because now this is the reason the whatever Sureshji is saying, the concept of the how to release their capital, then the concept of the InvIT has come. So this is the completely mindset of change of the promoter. They are taking only those projects where they can invest the capital, and this is the we are also seeing. If some of the company very good in the execution also, we are asking from where you will bring the capital. Basically, they are, suppose they are having the 400 capital as on date, and they have taken so many projects. Either if they are a listed company, then we can think that they can raise the money from the market. If they are not the listed, unlisted also, so there another way, whatever Sureshji is saying, ki they should transfer the operational product to the InvIT, so they can release the capital also. So this is the one of the very point of the change of the mindset of the promoters, because on account of the legal process also, because they
So do you think this will lead to, or is it already leading to, more responsible bidding?
Ultimately, what I am telling you, they are not, but they have to see how much capital they can use for the bidding basically. If they
Right.
don't have the capital, maybe they are not bidding us, etc. Also, because first
Right.
they have to, earlier what they were doing, they are taking the loan from this company, then equity, you are aware.
Right, right.
This loan is going to the another company as a equity also, but that trend has been completely changed.
Okay. Let me ask Mr. Pavan Kumar's opinion on this. Mr. Pavan Kumar, are you seeing more responsible bidding now? Because many of the problems we had for many years were because of somewhat irresponsible, somewhat aggressive bidding, without really going through everything. Yes.
No, I think before coming to the bidding, Alok, I'll just steal one issue here. We were talking about the trend. I think another trend which to my mind is not very healthy. So just in the quotes, the so-called the foreign investors, the patient capital, they are also relying on, in terms of debt financing, they are very aggressive. In terms of, they are not waiting for the interest rate cycle. They are very aggressive in the terms of taking a very, very short call in terms of the project life cycle. They are not looking at project life cycle. Essentially what in other words, I mean to say is, I have found working capital loans are more permanent in nature than the term loans. Term loans are now getting a cycle of 2 to 3 years or 4 years.
Right.
Two trends, they are more coinciding with the performance of the probably CEO. It has got something to link with their own pay and variable pay coming into the picture. It could be a larger issue of corporate governance. That is one. Secondly, they are too aggressive. They are not looking at the life cycle or the optimum debt mix which is required for the project. They are betting too short because he is concerned, if it is 720, give me for 3 years, to hell with the 10-year project life cycle. Next CEO will automatically take care, or next CFO will take care.
Right.
And coming to the aggressive bidding, I would say that trend has now, I think, moderated.
Right.
Things have matured. Market is much more matured. Whether we see TOT bundles also getting auctioned now by NHAI, we are seeing a quite a responsible behavior on that account from the market participants.
Okay. Mr. Borres, if I can come to you next. In your previous answer, you in any case address the changes that you're seeing and the trends that you're seeing. What's the in terms of infrastructure development? What's the trend in the economy, Indian economy, that you see? And you can look at it even from a political level, because I know that's how you look at it sometimes. But you've had economic background previously in the Ministry of External Affairs. You looked after fiscal and monetary affairs. So what's the one trend that you see in the Indian economy as such that strikes you as?
What I see, and I'm very happy to see it, and you almost mentioned it yourself, is that although India is a very fast-growing economy, they are not making the mistake of many other previously fast-growing economies to forget the macroeconomics, the fundamentals so the finance ministry, I think they are, I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but I imagine there must be some kind of pressure to other ministries regarding spending, regarding deficit. So there is a very, as we call it in the Eurozone, a very strong fiscal discipline for a growing economy, because it would be easy now to forget about deficit and you have the money, spend it all, you have elections. So no, it's a very responsible financial management, okay. And this will
So you see that's the big thing.
I think it's important because it would be very easy to derail the train in this election year. And nothing, I think from what I've seen, nothing of the sort has happened. Okay. And the fundamentals remain strong during COVID.
And stable.
Improving even, because India is still hurting from the COVID experience and the supply chain imbalances. And what we see the response was to enhance Make in India project, to bring semiconductors to India. So all these things improve the
okay. So also increase in manufacturing perhaps is one thing that's happening.
Not only manufacturing, but foreign direct investment to
foreign
India.
direct investment. Okay, great. My next round of questions, I'm going to focus on what I was asked to focus on, which is the innovation and new strategies. And I'm going to begin with you, Mr. Suresh Goyal, this time. So when you look at the the different things that are happening in the infrastructure finance space, what is the, and I'm going to ask each one of you to name one thing that you are seeing which is innovative, which is worthy of note. So I'm going to begin with you. You have the first shot at it, Mr. Suresh Goyal.
So you mean something innovative that's happening?
Innovative, yes, exactly. It doesn't have to deal with NHAI or Macquarie or or INVITS, but the one thing that strikes you as, okay, this innovation is helping. Or you can just say this is an innovation that needs to happen, that's not happened. You can look at it both ways.
See, I think the problem is the infrastructure is perhaps the most boring sector.
Right. Yes.
And we are all students of infrastructure sitting in this room.
But some people might say INVITs are pretty exciting.
so innovation, I mean, I wish we were sitting in a conference about, artificial intelligence or quantum physics, etc. So we could have talked about innovation. Okay. So even if the infrastructure innovation were to happen, we're still not building roads that are as good as the Roman roads.
Maybe I'll expand the scope to successful strategy.
Right. I think I would say that the innovation that is happening, but we are not seeing the effects of it, but will have a transformational effect on how all of us sitting in this room would continue to see infrastructure finance, is that we are moving from the concept of singular ownership to distributed ownership of the assets, right? And that is happening across whether you take on the equity side, whether you take on the debt side, etc. So, and that's how it should be. Ultimately, assets are all national assets.
Right.
I'm just when we're talking about infrastructure. And they serve the community, they serve the people, and they serve the various stakeholders. But what we have always grown up with, and I'm just past 50, so I'm sure all of us have seen that we have always associated that there is somebody who's developing it, there is somebody who's financing it, there is some strong personality or a company or whatever. Soon, I think we will get to see assets, and it's already beginning, in which the asset itself would be the star. There will be a board, there will be distributed ownership, there will be distributed ownership of the debt, which will keep happening, recycling, that will keep changing hands, etc., etc. Now, the issue that will come up, and which is where perhaps your institution, Pawanji and Jaishankarji, would be very important, is that in such a scenario, in order to hold people accountable, we would need to have very good governance structures.
Right.
The role of regulators, right? And I think we are still muddling somewhere along, which is not an ideal situation. Right. But unless and until we do that, we could end up in the worst of both the worlds, in which you have distributed ownership, like Pawanji was talking about, right? Yeah. Not nobody thinking about long term, but nobody out there to hold them accountable as well. Right. So, sorry for a long-winded answer. It's not innovation, but I think there's a trend which is changing, which is going to change the way we do infrastructure investing.
Okay. Mr. Pankaj, you go next.
I think one successful example of a product which is transformative for infrastructure, I would classify InvIT in that category. It's an instrument which has received a lot of regulatory support, and challenges have come as they come when there is a new asset class, but more or less, there have been interventions and it has been sorted out. So I think going forward, this is going to play a major role in on the equity side, and similarly very nascent, I would say, at stage, and I don't know whether it will be successful or not. On the debt side also, I see eventually retailization of bond market happening. See, till now bond market has been very limited, with very few players, very little depth, very little liquidity. But going forward, there is tremendous scope if some of the regulatory arbitrage, which is against bonds, frankly, and that needs to be set right, if they are removed, I think a huge amount of retail money. We are 5 trillion economy with 25% saving rate. That's a huge amount of money which is available. So that will start getting attracted to infrastructure with some levers, yet to be enabled. If it is done the same way as it has been done for InvITs, I think we will see massive, source of liability coming to infrastructure. And as Suresh said, this puts lot more responsibility on managers of the asset, because then you have public of India on both sides, equity and debt.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
So
Atul,
thank you, Viren.
Yeah.
I didn't want to beat my own drum by saying
I
InvITs and
know how you
innovation,
did
so
that.
thank
I was
you.
sort of thinking you will talk InvITs, but he's done that for you. Mr. Atul Goyal, what's the one new strategies or innovative strategies that PNB is deploying or other banks are deploying that you think are noteworthy?
I will take this question on the two sides, from the government side as well as from the PNB side also. When you talk about the innovation, first we should understand how to improve the infrastructure financing and the other barrier also which is coming to the growth of the infrastructure. The government has taken a lot of initiative. Because on account of, because now the government is thinking what is the barrier for the growth of the infrastructure project also. Today you see what is the target for the current financial year, more than 13,000 kilometers. So they are thinking ki how to improve the 13,000 road to be made in 1 year also. Then second, from the PNB side, the PNB for the financing point, so we are raising the long-term fund also, infrastructure bond also. Even there is some method for the financing to the infrastructure project is the debt fund also, where the pension and the insurance company is also participating. So lot of innovation in the financing side also and the delivery side, giving the loan also, and the lot of regulatory changes has been made by the regulator as well as the government also, which ultimately help to grow the financing as well as the growth of the infrastructure development.
Okay. Mr. Pawan Kumar, IIFCL itself has been involved with many innovations over the years, and you have pushed many of the innovations, whether it was what used to be called takeout financing and credit enhancement and a number of such things like that. What's the innovation right now that strikes you as the most promising that IIFCL could lead, that IIFCL is pushing?
Yes, in last 2-3 years, what we have done is we have used technology to in terms of implementation of online project monitoring system. So which I think has a bright future as a tool for the lenders to see that the project progresses as promised, and to keep a tab by using drones and artificial intelligence and geo-tagging of the projects, which tomorrow, as I earlier said, that if anything goes wrong, and Atulji and myself, we were just talking down that the lender's neck is always on the chop.
Right.
If there is a slight here and there. And of course, if everything goes right, it was you lenders have got no dues. And unfortunately, they don't share the rewards of equity as well, as Suresh ji reaps the rewards in terms of profits. So,
Okay.
point is, we are the easy chopping material, always available on block,
Right.
neither in terms of rewards, but nonetheless, that technology can help us in keeping
in lowering the chances of being on the
Yes.
block.
At least keep our neck safe
keep
as
your,
long
keep
as.
your neck safe. Okay. Mr. Bodras, a different question for you as before. When you look at either the Indian economy management or whether you look at Indian companies or Indian business, what's the one thing that strikes you as, okay, this is innovation that's happening here, but may not be happening anywhere else? Something new here that maybe is not being done as much in other places or not being done at all. And you can pick any aspect of the Indian business or economy.
I think one of the major aspects that has made my life much easier in India is the UPI.
Ah, okay, yeah, okay.
And,
Yeah. So
and,
that's a big innovation.
It's a big innovation, and the pity is that you are not exporting it as much as you could.
Right.
You export CEOs, but you have to export also the brains of India. And this UPI is not only easy, but what it does, it's very cost effective, and it's amazingly fast and secure.
Right.
And it is being used, it is, I think, the only country in the world where you can use it to pay the fruit vala.
Right.
And he has the barcode, and this means that somehow somebody in his family, somehow they have a smartphone.
Right.
So this increases
So this is the innovation that,
awareness and increases literacy in IT, and I think it's a very good omen for the Indian future.
My next round of questions, I'm going to begin with Mr. Pankaj. Mr. Pankaj, what's the one regulatory change or one policy measure that you think should be done, which would make the development faster, maybe the financing easier? So one. Yeah.
I think very clear. Very few people actually acknowledge and know this, that in India currently 55% of the infrastructure debt financing is done by non-banks. It's not done by banks today, as on September. And there are only 7 institutions doing it.
Right.
So two of us are here,
right.
and 5 more.
Right.
But when regulations happen, we are forgotten because we are too less. Nobody thinks there are 11,000 NBFCs in the country today.
Yeah. They talk to
And
Mr. Goyal, not to you. Okay.
There are 7 infra, financing NBFCs in the country. So just to give you a recent example, Reserve Bank of India came out with increased risk weights for bank lending to NBFCs.
Right.
Now the purpose of that was to discourage consumption-led unsecured loans whose end use is not known.
Right.
Now what we do is secured, end use
known.
is known,
Right.
and you have seen the NPA trajectory, in the. So we have nothing to do with what RBI was intending to curb, but we got clubbed with those 11,000 NBFCs. So similarly, if you go to bond market to raise money, we have to compete with those 11,000 NBFCs.
Right.
So all we need to do as a country is to recognize infrastructure as a separate class.
Right.
And lending to infrastructure NBFCs or investing, let's say, in our bonds or equity should be as good as investing in infrastructure, because that's the only thing we do.
Right.
So moment you segregate us from NBFC and put our exposure under infrastructure,
in a different
the bond
category
market,
altogether.
The bond market,
Okay.
excess
Thank you.
changes, banks line excess
Thanks.
changes, risk weight change, which is how it should be, because
That's-
this sector is
that's
different
great.
from,
Okay.
So it's a very simple change which, SEBI,
Okay.
PFRDA, RBI, all of them have to
Okay.
acknowledge
Important.
and make this.
Yeah. Mr. Goyal,
essential.
your suggestion for a policy change or regulatory change or move?
Very good suggestion. Very good suggestion he has given regarding the classification of the NBFC or the RW, etc. So they have requested that there should be a separate class. Even from my side also, because as on date, because infrastructure project is a very long duration project. 25 years, 30 years, 15 years, and it is very difficult to predict also what will be how it will take the shape in the times to come. Right. As on date, although the increase in the tenure after a particular sanctioning of the loan, maturity basically, it is not available as on date. I think one regulation, if banks are allowed to change the repayment period after taking the loan at the initial stage, I think it will be a great
That will be a
help.
big change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, particularly for the infrastructure,
Okay.
not for the other class of the.
Okay. Mr. Pawan Kumar?
I think
one policy or regulatory change that you would like?
One policy change, of course, if you were to get the wishes, let the policies be frozen in time. There should not be changes.
There
too
should
much.
not be any changes. Stability.
Stability of tenor. And second is the honoring of contracts.
Okay.
Contractual obligations of the governments wherever, or the concession.
So what can the government do? What can the government do to ensure the contracts are enforced? Maybe they can start by not challenging all the
like exactly the arbitration awards,
right,
which are being, and then government or those authorities become the biggest litigator
right,
going again to the second round even after the arbitration awards are announced.
Okay.
So I'll leave it to the
Mr.
others.
Suresh Goyal.
I'll echo what Pawanji has said. Again, we had to put in the context of what my esteemed panelists have said. See, we are talking about infrastructure, and we have to remember it's infrastructure. It's not casino, it's not gaming, it's not manufacturing, etc. And infrastructure is for the community, ultimately serving the community, and that is an average Indian who's using that infrastructure, with a road, power plant, gas pipeline, whatever. So in this regard, I think regulations we have enough, and in fact our regulations are in some ways superior to similar countries. I have seen that certainly across Southeast Asia. But where we certainly lack, and this is where we need to collectively put our emphasis on, is that the problems will come, over leveraging will happen, the assets will change hands, assets will get into trouble, contracts will be, over a 30-year contract, while I appreciate Pawanji's point, but the world changes, so the situation would demand things to change. But the resolution of those issues will still take a lot of time, right? Change of ownership, how the banks are going to come in, various stakeholders have point of view and stuff like that. I was personally involved in a litigation, an international arbitration out of Singapore. And interestingly, we transport or export a lot of our large ticket arbitration to Singapore, right? Why do we do that? Don't know. We spend as a country, we spend millions of dollars exporting that litigation to Singapore for an asset which is in India, everything which is in India. And in that arbitration, I was very pleasantly surprised that they had an 18-month timetable drawn upfront, including specific dates when the panel would meet. Specific dates, like 18th of April to 23rd of April and 28th of April. So it's not even week of that, etc., etc.
Right. Specific dates.
And during that 18-month period, all those dates were adhered to. Right. Now that brings a lot of clarity in the minds. Now I just wanted to add one more point, and perhaps it will get, it will resonate with all of us. Ultimately, since infrastructure is for an average Indian pays for that infrastructure. In India, our infrastructure is not free. If we can reduce the cost of capital on that infrastructure, we can reduce the cost of usage of that infrastructure.
Okay,
right? Something that we don't realize it. So all these things would have a direct impact on the overall cost of doing business, average cost of using the infrastructure, and of course it will attract more capital. That is, goes without saying.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bodres, I'm going to ask you a difficult question. I know that diplomats typically do not want to give advice to the government in public forums. So maybe in a diplomatic way, you can talk about the one economic policy that the government may want to look at. If you feel uncomfortable, you can decide.
No, it's not uncomfortable. It's first of all, I see India as a friendly country. So between friends, it's not that I expect anything less than understanding, and we have the same. I mean, we listen to our Indian friends when they have advice for us. I read an article by the previous central banker of India regarding Viksit Bharat and whether it's possible that India grows rich before it grows old. And I see the difficult trend, especially if you go to the richer states in Telangana, in Tamil Nadu, you see, and probably I can say also from the people here, I don't know if we do statistics, how many children can we bring here right now of our own? I mean, I have 2 children. So let's say if we bring everybody's children here, will there be more than us? That's, I think, the major challenge for India, and China has failed on that. China now has population decrease. It has not become rich. It's still medium income. And I think Europe is becoming old. In our case now, we're having a very big burden on
pensions.
On pensions and on the fee. I mean, 1/3 of the budget goes on pensions, almost 27-28%. That's a huge amount. So India has the time now. It's early enough. It has been mentioned to, first of all, increase the birth rate, and secondly, what a lot can be done to India, gradually of course, is to increase productivity. Because the average productivity increases will offset the population decrease. So I would really first of all like to be alive in 2047 and come here and see the India of my dreams.
Thank you. We'll take a few questions, or just 1 or 2 questions from the audience, if there are any. Can you please stand up, please, and Is there a mic someone can get? Are there mics available for the questions? Can you please come here? There's a question, sir, if you can stand, so if you can stand up, so cameraman can find you, as well as, if you can stand up, sir. The cameraman can find you, and the mic person can also find you. And we'll take one other question maybe after that. Sir, ask your question and address it to only one panelist, not to the entire panel, because we only have 5 more minutes for both questions. Yeah, go ahead.
I would leave it to the panel to decide on who wants to step in.
I can decide that. Please, your question. Yeah.
But on this issue, there's a lot of talk on InvITs, and your question to the panelists were on the regulatory changes required. What SEBI has been doing in the last year or 18 months on InvITs is essentially not allow special rights to be negotiated by international investors when they have to invest in equity for InvITs. Now, given that is the situation, SEBI is thinking a slightly different track from what we are talking here in terms of getting international capital in for an instrument like InvITs. So there is a disconnect between what the regulator is thinking and what we are wanting. So any thoughts?
Okay, yeah, Mr. Goyal, Suresh Goyal is the right person for it.
So, to the best of my knowledge, there is no distinction in SEBI InvIT regulations vis-a-vis foreign investors or domestic investors. It treats all the investors the same. All the investors have the same rights. And as far as the InvIT is concerned, it is required to treat all of them in the same manner. The same caps of their into their investment, which is maximum of 25% of an InvIT can be owned by a single investor, applies to whether it is foreign or domestic. Related to the specific question that you made, that foreign investors cannot have special rights. In fact, the regulations say that no investor can have special rights, whether it's foreign or domestic, whether you're owning 1 share or 25% shares. Nobody can have specific rights. And they actually are very, very stringent in enforcing that. And that is why you can see that in a private M&A transaction or non-InvIT structure, you would have anybody owning 10% or more having special rights with regard to veto, with regard to governance, with regard to accounts, with regard to who the auditor would be, etc., etc. But under the InvIT structure, that is not allowed. The only one deviation that has been made very recently, and that was also something that we at NHI InvIT had asked the government, is that ultimately the InvIT is for the investors, right? InvIT is nothing but investment manager managing the capital on behalf of the investors, which is a distributed entity. Currently, there are only 2 kinds of InvITs, in which a sponsor is owning majority of the InvITs and just being set up with the minority being left with the investors. And conversely, in case of ours, where the sponsor is only owning 15-16%, the balance is owned by the investors. So how do you ensure that the investors have a say in the governance of the InvIT? So can they have a seat on the board without veto rights? That regulatory change has just been done. Again, it doesn't distinguish between foreign and domestic. All what it says is that anybody owning 10% or coming together and forming a group of 10% can ask for a seat on the board of the company without veto rights. The decisions would still be taken by the majority.
Thank you. Any other question, please?
Alok here.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yeah.
There has been this discussion on the bond market, that we need deeper bond market and all that. And it's been going on for years. I've been here covering infrastructure for almost 20 years now. And every year we hear experts, experienced people that we need deeper bond market. What is holding the government to sort of make the changes? One of the points was, of course, made that there is a classification of this NBFC. You club the infra financing institution with the other 11,000 NBFC. So is that the core thing, or there is more to it? And what is holding the government doing this?
What is holding the government, preventing the government from doing this?
Making the bond market deeper, making the changes that sort of result in the deeper bond market.
I think your point is valid, but I don't think there's anyone who can speak on behalf of the government as to what is preventing them. I think perhaps what one can do very quickly is to ask, let me ask Mr. Pankaj. Mr. Pankaj, what is needed? What can the government do? Just in 60 seconds, if you can tell us what's needed.
I think at the fundamental level, there is one acknowledgement that we as our regulators have not yet done. is that bond is a safer investment class for a retail investor. We are allowing retail investor to put money in a IPO of a company which says that it may never make profit. It says that in its IM. And we are allowing him to put money, but we are not encouraging him to put money in a AAA bond, which is far more safer, which has far lower risks. So I think the acknowledgement of the role of a retail investor on this side is very critical. And second, Suresh said the cost of infrastructure, cost of capital needs to come down. How will it come down? It's very simple. Infrastructure is responsibility at one level of the state. Right. Now state has passed on that responsibility to PPP or private sector. And investment, whether it is equity or debt also, is now, among state and non-state, private, public, everybody is contributing to it. So the next stage is that bring it to public, for financing as well as using the same infrastructure.
Right.
And for that, Pawanji's department will be very unhappy with me for saying, why should there be taxation at any stage? Because infrastructure asset is for the public, paid for by the public,
that's a
used by the public.
Statement.
So, that's how cost of capital will come down. See, ultimately, government has to acknowledge somewhere that, whatever needs to be taken to reduce cost of capital and make it safer, needs to be done today or tomorrow.
Okay. Well, it's actually a long subject. We can have conferences on it. And as you said, for 20 years we've been discussing it. It hasn't quite happened, although there are some signs it might. Is there any other question? No, I think Chanchal is here. That probably is an indication to me that I should wind up the session. It's been a very, very interesting session. And I think very insightful. And for that, we owe gratitude to Mr. Pankaj, to Mr. Suresh Goyal, to Mr. Pawan Kumar, to Mr. Atul Goyal, and to Mr. Borres. A big hand for the 5 panelists.
Thank you all the panelists for a very informed discussion, and thank you Alok sir. And may I now request our Managing Director to please give a memento to the panelists as a token of gratitude.
I think one last thing before we conclude is let us put all hands together to give a round of applause to Alexandros, who shares his birthday today with IIFCL. And going by his physical appearance, he also looks 19, I think as old as the IIFCL is.
Can we pose for a photograph, sir? Once again, thank you all the panelists. Moving on, we shall now have an interactive session with our MD, Mr. Jaishankar, and Mr. Barara shall moderate this session for us.
Chanchal, ये ले लो, please.
Dialogue or a chat with Mr. P.R. Jayashankar, who is CMD of India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited. I'm sure all of you know him very well, and I think for us he represents Mr. IIFCL because he's been there, I think, for such a long time now, and in between perhaps a short stint somewhere else, and then of course, and we've always associated him with many of the innovations that have come from IIFCL. Whether it was takeout financing or this credit enhancement. And I think even before he came to IIFCL, when he was at National Housing Bank, I think he was the pioneer with respect to mortgage-backed securities, if I'm not mistaken. So it's always a pleasure to talk to him about things that are, trends that are happening, changes that are happening, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm told that we have about 20 minutes now. So let me just get to the questions that I want to ask you for sure. The presentation Mr. Kumar made talked a great deal about the progress that you have made and the achievements that IIFCL has had. So I will ask you to look forward a little bit and say, okay, over the next 12 months, other than maybe reducing the size of the NPA department, what are the things that you're looking forward to doing in terms of priorities, in terms of plans, in terms of targets, in terms of new areas of focus, etc.?
We'll of course continue to do what we have been doing, that's for sure. But I think we are at a stage which has actually brought about a stability towards taking greater exposures and going a little bit aggressively in infrastructure financing. So I think we will augur well with that kind of objective. And at the same time, now as the sector is also looking at different innovations, we'll be looking at innovative products. One, what I was talking about, the credit enhancement in the green fields. So I think that is something which we are very, very keen. But it's a multi-institution, multi-sector, multi-disciplinary subject, which is a, which is more a medium-term, perspective. So I think that is something which we will be focusing on, obviously. And as far as the overall strategy of IIFCL is concerned, the idea is to grow with quality. The idea is to ensure sector-specific specialization. So for that, we are already working towards vehicles which will be conducive for bringing in investments in that manner, and then deploying those investments in those sectors. And at the same time, sustainability will be one of the major objectives. We will also be looking forward to increase our green and clean projects in the portfolio mix. We have given ourselves some targets on that. So I think apart from diversification in the portfolio, the sustainability component would be a very, very important one which we will be focusing on. And overall resource raising strategy is also going to be a very important one. We are looking at issuing sustainability bonds We are examining various currencies for that. We are also aiming to unlock some of the value that we have created so far by way of getting some stakeholders and shareholder mix into the system. So these all will be, we are working on various fronts, and I think in the next 12 months, most of these would, materialize. That's my belief.
You mentioned aggressive, that you intend to be more aggressive. Could you tell me a bit more about how?
In terms of the cost of funds, we have been able to do a good job by maintaining our costs. We have been able to diversify our sources of funds. We are trying to get more multilateral resources into the system. We are strengthening our environment and social management unit. So all these things lead to better cost of funds, better management of resources, which actually translate into a better comfort for us for keeping the lending rates down. So base rate today is perhaps the most competitive one in the market at 7.95%. So I think that is going to play a major role in deciding the quality of projects that we take. So we are more interested in getting into strategic projects of national importance, large ones, large projects. So in all sectors, be it roads or energy, mainly the renewable energy and clean energy, or for that matter, airports, ports, other transportation related sectors, and urban infrastructure. Then we have the communication and data centers and many other social sectors. So I think we will, while 4 years ago it was mostly concentrated on energy and roads, today we see a very, very highly diversified mix in the portfolio with with our exposure in about 21 infrastructure subsectors. So I would look at the aggressiveness in getting into more sectors with more products.
And what growth rate do you think that would translate into for fiscal 25, either in terms of lending or disbursals or sanctions, etc.?
Our growth rate has been quite decent with almost the CAGR of 12 years. 12 years being about 15% in terms of sanctions and disbursements. But in the last 2-3 years, we have grown more than 70-80%. So we will try to continue our growth in that direction with that kind of targets. But I see this will largely be dependent on how effectively we are able to increase the capital and the ability to enhance our exposure based on our capital. So that will be one area which will be engaging our attention fully in the next 3-4 months.
As the presentation showed earlier, and in your answers as well, you are expanding a lot, you're getting into new areas, doing new things. So how are you making sure that you have the resources available or the staff available for that? Are you increasing that, and what are your initiatives in that area?
Insofar as resources are concerned, the financial resources mainly would flow from multilateral agencies, because they are the agencies which can well cater to almost 20-25 year funds today, which we can leverage into about 40 years or so. So that will be the focus. While a major portion of our funding is through bonds and market sources domestically. we will try to leverage on our multilateral agencies' resources. But more importantly, I think as far as the cost of funds is concerned, we need to look at the kind of innovations that we can develop in this area. And that's where we are looking at different currencies and different forms of issuances.
Okay. And I'm assuming an important part of being able to do it will be to have the right HR and skill sets.
Yes.
So what are you doing in that regard? Yeah.
Last 2 years, we have increased our human resources. We have specialist officers. We'll continue to, we need more resources, human resources. We are already, convinced that in the next 1 or 2 years, we should be able to, double our, size as far as human resources is concerned, because specialization is what the hallmark of the new, financial strategy is all about. And I think as far as the new sectors, new areas and new products are concerned, that requires very experienced professionals, which will be required. So I think we will be more focused in getting strengthening our human resources in those fronts.
Okay. If I can ask you a few questions about infrastructure development and finance space overall, not just IIFCL. What are the challenges today that you face, or developers face, or lenders face? What are the big challenges that you see? Or even from a development point of view, not just from a financing point of view.
From the development point of view, I think the nation has enough technology and the developers are quite technology savvy. So transfer of technology is not a very, very big challenge. It's only the equity, like Suresh Goyal was mentioning. I think we are starved for equity. So that's where we need FDIs. So that is one area which we need to look at. Second, as far as the lenders are concerned, they need to get a confidence, and in so far as projects are concerned, de-risking is all about how you have the stake in the project, and that stake is achieved through your contracts and concessions. Today, lenders are not part of concession agreements, so I think that's one area where lenders need to. So all these things can happen. Like I said, the contractual provisions, the confidence building for investors and the lenders and other stakeholders in the system. So I think for this, today we have enough policies. We have, each state has its own law. But again, we need a centralized, law which will ensure these things. So I think that again is a medium-term, goal for the nation. But I think we need to start somewhere. So it's better to sow the seeds now and see that we get such a legal system in place for future development of infrastructure, because going forward, the resource requirements and human resource requirements and all the other attendant resource requirements which will be there for infrastructure sector is a mammoth. And if we need to manage all these resources, we need a suitable law. Otherwise, we'll be in very, very thin ice.
What are the challenges that you think that you used to face several years ago, but you think you no longer face, that you think have been addressed? What has become easier?
Actually, a number of things have become easier. There has been a lot of, like Virender Pankaj was mentioning earlier, there's an increased knowledge, there's an increased experience. We know what is infrastructure, how we have to deal with various issues in the infrastructure. I think we have been, even in our in our interactions with the various other countries in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Forum, various other bankers in that forum, we have been able to explain how we have overcome our problems, how learning while doing things really helped. So I think these are some things which are experiences. And resource raising has become definitely easier, and it has become much more specific also. But I think a lot of things still remain. We need to, like my earlier panels was mentioning, the bonds, project bonds, they need to have special status. Various countries have tax concessions, various countries have regulatory concessions. Municipal bonds also, need to be developed, and development of bonds is not all about, just issuance and getting more issuers. On one side, yes, issuers also in infrastructure sector, they are very lowly capitalized. So for that, credit enhancements can work very well to bring them into the fold of the investors' radar. But more importantly, I think retail investors should be roped in. I think the first few retail investments for issuances of NHI InvITs were very successful. A lot of retail investors have shown interest, and they have already invested, and they're doing quite well. The issuance is also quite doing well. I think we need more such issuances, and that's when, trading will happen. And if trading happens, liquidity improves. So I think we need to, look at that cycle, and for helping the cycle, we need a good market-making institution. So I think we have to go in that direction rather than just, looking at issuers.
And what are the opportunities that you see now, either for IIFCL, which I think you already talked about a little bit, but maybe for developers, for financiers, what are the new opportunity areas that you see for?
Infrastructure sector is driven by the aspirations of people, and no government can afford to overlook the aspirations of the people, and it's only growing. So I think the specialization, the engineering, the technology, and the innovations, they're all coming in a big way. Earlier, the projects of the early 2000s, the road projects of 500 crores size used to be considered as a very big one. But today, the project size and the project costs have grown manifolds. So I think the kind of technology and the innovations that have crept into the fields and in various sectors, be it it has actually percolated to the metros, the water sector, the energy sector, and in various other social sectors as well. So I think these all have contributed to the project sizes and project costs. So we are looking at mega projects now, and that's the order of the day. So the opportunities for the developers and opportunities for various other stakeholders is many, and obviously lenders have the largest stake in any projects. And the risk management aspect of lenders is something which, the integrated risk management, I would put it that way, has to be more sophisticated to cater to such multidisciplinary project situations. So that is where the specialization comes in, and that's where the opportunity lies for the lenders in the future.
You mentioned urban infrastructure and municipal bonds several times. Urban infrastructure certainly is one area which has gotten attention but not as much investment. So what is IIFCL doing in that space? That's my first question. And then the second question will be, what specific recommendation do you have for municipal bonds to be able to play a bigger role?
Today, very few municipal authorities are rated, and even fewer municipal authorities are rated high by external rating agencies. IIFCL has been at the forefront of investment in making investments in municipal bonds. Because that is one way where we can have our interventions in the urban infrastructure sector. But notwithstanding that, I feel that in today's context, the municipal bonds are more to do with pooling of assets, and they are trying to get their risk management aspects addressed through pooling of assets and getting some credit enhancements by way of some guarantees and all that. But I think that's not the answer. The answer is all about how you can make it much more attractive in terms of pricing and in terms of the net costs and the net outcomes to the investors. So I think that is all about taxation, and that's all about regulatory concessions, which exists in different countries. It's no rocket science. I think we need to look at all that, and municipal bonds being part of social sector investment must get the recognition of the government for getting eligible for such concessions and such taxation benefits. I think if we look at it from an overall perspective, it still would be tax neutral, and it will be very, very revenue neutral, and it would make sense to kind of give such benefits to these bonds, because that is when you can expect retail investors to actually get more active in this field, which again, like I said, will lead to trading and liquidity.
Okay. What are your expectations for the next year in terms of economic development, infrastructure development, things like that?
It's like I see, we have an election ahead of us. I would still say that notwithstanding all that, infrastructure sector seems to be flying high, because like I said, it's all dependent on the aspirations of the people, and no government can afford to overlook the aspirations. So I think that way the opportunities are mammoth, and at the same time, the kind of development that's envisaged has to be more with better risk sharing, better risk management, equitable risk sharing, I would put it that way, and with better credit enhancement and risk managements. I think these things would matter a lot in future. But in the next 12 months, if you ask me what is expected, the budget already has given a lot of, the union budget has given a lot of answers on that. So the kind of investments that were envisaged in the last budget was unprecedented. For the first time we had 10 lakh crores for the sector. So I think this time also it will continue, and it will only be more. I see the trend has been set, and I think the trend will continue.
Okay. What will IIFCL look like 5 years from now?
IIFCL will be a highly specialized, multidisciplinary, and more a larger institution with the ability to take larger exposure and be a lead lender in many of the strategic projects of national importance with a global presence.
Okay. We would maybe if they could take one or two questions from the audience, audience being IIFCL employees. If there is a question you would like, Mr. Jayashankar, maybe you haven't asked him before, but this is a good opportunity for you. Any question from the side? Any question here from the middle? Any question from the left side here? No, I think they feel they get all the answers from you on a regular basis. Oh, there is one question. Yes, sir. Could you go? Yeah. Could you wait for the mic to come to you, please? Yeah. Please.
I think we've talked about sustainable infrastructure, and the focus is right there in the heading. So are you, as IIFCL or any other sort of your associate institution, focusing on nurturing technologies and processes that will lead to sustainable infrastructure? Is there any incubation kind of a thing that you are sort of looking at, or is there a cell within your organization that promotes that?
That's a good idea. We have so far been focusing on financing, but yes, technologies which actually lead to that, and a promotion of technologies that lead to green. That's something which we have not yet looked at. We have a subsidiary company which actually deals with consultancy and advisory services. Perhaps it will be very useful to include that as well. We will definitely, this is a good idea.
Okay. We'll take one more question. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Rajiv Chatta, and I've been working in the infrastructure sector for a very long time. So one question to Mr. Jaishankar. He's just now said that 5 years from now, we will have a global presence. So I've been working with Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. So any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on what you said that we will have a global...
Yes, where will you have the presence?
We already have a subsidiary company in London looking after but the primary focus of the company is to finance the capital imports of infrastructure projects in India. But I think the present focus is to expand the objectives of that company to reach out to various other areas in infrastructure projects, in the project life cycle itself on one side, and also to other locations, global locations. That's one part. We are in the SEO. We have been the chair of the SEO last year, and we have had a number of capacity building exercises for various countries, various banks in these countries, and we have led all those capacity building exercises. We feel it will be very apt for us to kind of get into areas. Yes, the countries which you mentioned are the lowest hanging fruits, and a lot of synergies and symbiotic relationships that can actually develop in these countries, because number of infrastructure projects being developed in those countries can use the technologies and can use the contracting skills of our country in a big way. That's what we have been discussing with them. And at the same time, we can also see how best we can dovetail and make our financing available to such projects, like how the various the multilateral and developmental financial institutions, the global development financial institutions, strategize and get into such areas. So I think we can work that out in a big way. I think we are already, discussing these aspects and trying to channel these aspects through the SEO forums wherever we have the opportunity to do so. But yes, in 5 years, I think these all will see many. The outcomes will be very, very clear, and we will see some very tangible results with IIFCL itself leading the positions in these countries, not only in these countries but also in the European segment as well as in other segments.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll end this dialogue. Thank you very much, Mr. Jaishankar, for a very interesting and very informative session as far as I'm concerned, for sure. And a big hand for Mr.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move on to our second panel discussion, which will talk about how to build infrastructure that is sustainable, driven by private investment and government-led reforms. Let me start by inviting the second set of panelists up on stage. Mr. Joyanta Chakrabarty, Director, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Mr. Chakrabarty is an NX IPS officer of Orissa cadre. Presently, he is looking after the Airports Authority of India and Greenfield Airport development in the country, and is actively involved in the PPPs, asset monetization and NIP projects. He is director on the board of GMR Hyderabad International Airport, Chandigarh International Airport, and Bangalore International Airport. Next, we have Mr. Gaurav Chandna, Head Strategic Finance, KKR Highway Infrastructure Trust. Mr. Chandna has around 17 years of experience in infrastructure sector, such as roads, renewable energy, thermal power, and logistics in cement. Prior to his current role, he was working as Head of Investments at Pyramid Capital and has also been associated with IDFC Capital. Can we have a round of applause after each panelist comes, please? Next, we have Mr. Dinkar Venkat Subramanian. He's partner Ernst & Young. Mr. Subramanian is an experienced strategy and transactions professional and is pioneer of turnaround and restructuring strategy for EY in India. He has over 24 years of experience in operations, turnaround, working capital improvement, balance sheet restructuring, etc. Next, we have Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, partner at Deloitte. Mr. Agarwal holds 20 years rich experience in finance and audit. His expertise spans overseeing both statutory and internal audits for diverse Indian and multinational entities. A round of applause, please. And last, we have Mr. Vikash Rungta, Executive Director of Morgan Stanley. Mr. Rungta holds close to 2 decades of experience in the Indian credit market, working in the corporate and financial services industry. He is part of the core team which is setting up of the Morgan Stanley fixed income business in India. Prior to joining Morgan Stanley, he was Head of Credit Research at Nippon India Mutual Fund. Mr. Brara will be moderating this session for us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chanchal. This session will be for about 55 to 60 minutes. And my round of interaction with you will be for most of it, except maybe we'll leave 5 to 10 minutes for questions and answers. We would have had more time if we had had an hour and 15 minutes of the session. Meaning more time we would have had for the question and answer from the audience, that is. My first question, and I think what I'm going to do is to begin, not with Mr. Chakravarti. Mr. Chakravarti, no, I'm going to begin with you. No, I'm not going to begin with you. I'm actually going to begin with others first, and then I'll come back to you. Because based on what they say, I'll have a question for you. Yes, you can keep it with you. That's fine. So the first question is really, this session is going to be about private investment and sustainable infrastructure financing. I mean, these are the two sort of themes here. And the first question really is, what is the current investor sentiment towards infrastructure sectors, towards India? And I'm going to begin with you, Mr. Chandana.
Thanks, Alok. So generally speaking, if you see, the activity level in infrastructure sector has been phenomenal over last decade or so. Not that it was any slower in the past period, but it has obviously picked up. And if one was to pick up key sectors, I think in terms of just the capital formation, if you look at the largest amount of capital has been attracted by the renewable sector, followed by roads, and of course, significant action seems to be there even in the airport sector. One sector which has lagged forever from private participation point of view has been railways. But other than that, if you look at even the wider spectrum of the infrastructure sector, even if we talk about the relatively smaller sectors like water, etc., everywhere there has been a significant amount of action. And if one looks at from either equity participation point of view or even from debt participation point of view, new and new market entrants have come into the sector, especially, if I may say so, post-COVID. And that's true specifically for the road sector. And basically you'll see that a lot of global infrastructure funds, pension funds, and even sovereign wealth funds from equity point of view have definitely increased their participation post-COVID. So you have the likes of KKR as an example, then you have people like CPPIB, you have people like JIC who have increased their commitments towards that sector. And it's safe to say that this level of action and activity is likely to be there even for the foreseeable future, given what the government plans are going ahead.
Okay. Mr. Venkat Subramaniam, what is your point of view? Although I don't expect much difference of opinion, but nonetheless, I'll ask you this question.
Thank you. You can call me Dinkar to keep it easy for you.
Okay. Slightly shorter, yes.
Congratulations to IIFCL to start with. Thank you for having me here. No, absolutely. I think completely echo what Gaurav has said. I mean, one of the metrics that we see is what's called gross capital formation in infrastructure, and it has in the development phases of most countries which have invested well in infrastructure, it's been around the 10-11% mark. In India, we see that, I mean, let's say a GDP of about 300 lakh crores, or about 3.5 trillion that we're talking about today. I think the outlay in the union budget is about 10 lakh crores, as Mr. Jaishankar mentioned, and roughly 2.5 times, including state investment and other investments. So about 25 lakh crores or so is what we are talking about then on a per annum basis, which is about 9%, 8 to 9% or so, which is a very, very healthy sort of metric as we try and build out our 5 trillion in 2030 and 26 trillion in 2047 dream. And therefore, there is a lot of, and that is one, obviously, a lot of action across sectors. And second, I think one of the earlier panelists mentioned that there has been a lot of learning from the past, especially on the road sector and on the power sector, where the risk allocation weren't that great. There was a contract, and that contract was left to be fulfilled by whoever bid for it, however good or bad that bid was. I think that's a big lesson learned, and the market participants are much more comfortable today in terms of coming into areas where they know that they need to develop and deliver those assets and monetize those going forward. So I'll pause there.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Agarwal? Sorry, Mr. Rungta first, sorry.
So from investor point of view, and I'm talking about debt investors, because as we know, any infrastructure needs at least 3:1 debt to equity. So we should also, the government should be conscious of the debt side. I think the debt participants are quite buoyant about infrastructure story, and I break this into two. One is domestic and one is international. See, a lot of reforms have happened over last 7-8 years by the government, starting with IBC, starting with continuous reforms on the energy side, sector side, whether late payment, whether on the road side, bringing the HAM structures, and also, which has helped, also the rating was revised to say, okay, what is the loss recovery given scales? So which has boosted the confidence of the investor segments, domestic as well as international. One thing also which has happened international, and Asia is the growth story globally. And within Asia, earlier there were two major economies, China and India, and China is down.
Right.
And China is down because of two things, large political instability in terms of policies, and also in terms of what's happening in the real estate sector. So now we are saying, earlier it was China +1, India. Now it's, when we talk about globally, it's what we hear is more India only, in terms of when it comes to allocation to Asia. So I think investors are buoyant from the infrastructure financing point of view.
Okay. Right.
And the capital is available if the framework is right.
Okay, Mr. Agarwal, sorry. Yeah.
So definitely capital flow, as said by everyone, is not a constraint today. We are seeing lot of capital flowing either from PE funds, from sovereigns or European. So infrastructure is not in that, but focus, I will still say, is largely only on renewable.
Right.
You are not seeing same amount of money flowing for water.
Right.
There is lack of initiative to move the projects also. So there have been large plans like this Amrit 1, Amrit 2, but those are not really moving. Same as desalination.
Right.
So today I see a lot of money flowing for renewable and maybe road.
Right.
But this green hydrogen, ammonia is still to move unless we get clarity. Right. But I believe that there are a lot of traction there also. I see a lot of Japanese investors and sovereigns interested to invest in these sectors if we have viability or clarity on the transactions.
Okay, all right. Let me come now to Mr. Chakravarti. Mr. Chakravarti, I wanted you to listen to the other people first. Also, the context is, of course, the fact that you recently, with IIFCL, done a conference on airport sector and investments airport sector, and there's a report out as well. Also, airport is one area where there is already a lot of private investment, right? And so given all of that, could you give us, first of all, what did you hear from the investors, both the investors who are already there, private investors, and private participants, as well as those who are looking perhaps to participate. What did they say to you? And then two, if you can tell us, how are you responding to what they said to you?
Yeah, thank you. A big round of congratulations to IIFCL for making the 19th birthday, and we are privileged to be invited for this podium. So thanks a lot first. So yes, when we are talking about aviation, and I'm looking after airports in the ministry, so we are really bullish because we have seen in the last 10 years, we have added 75 airports. Where we were 74 in 2014. So you can see the leap that we have done in the last 10 years. So we are around 149 airports right now in the country. And if you see the scheduled operations where it is happening right now, so out of them we have already 68 airports. They are already 100% green. And out of that, 62 airports are of Airports Authority of India. Right. There is a government PSU. And remaining 6 are all big names that you can think of, like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Delhi, and then your Cochin were there. And Cochin happens to be, since 2015, one of the airports which is a carbon neutral, not only carbon neutral, it is solar surplus, we should say. They generate 25% more than they consume, basically. So you can see a lot of traction in the renewable sector so far as the airports are concerned. Yes, that time when I attended your conference on airport sector financing, we could understand that yes, the market is very much sensitive. They are very much growth oriented, and there is no lack of investment so far as airports is concerned. Because we have seen in the National Infrastructure Pipeline, which is 2019 to 2024-25, we have set a target of 1 lakh crore investment, out of which 1/3 will be done by Airports Authority of India. And the 2/3 will be by the PPP and private sector. And out of this, we have already made a capex performance of 65,000 crore. So we are dot on line, and we hope that we will be reaching the targets that we have already set. And so far as this massive airport infrastructure being done in our country, so we understand as the Minister of Civil Aviation, as well as through our stakeholders, that we have a lot of responsibility to become also green and also sustainable. And so far as sustainability is concerned, yes, we have looked into different innovative techniques by which we can bring them on the board to become sustainable. You have seen that in 2014, the Airport Council International, they had already popularized this thing throughout all the regions in the globe. And through that, this airport carbon accreditation concept came. And through which our airports are not far behind. You have seen that 4 airports right now in the country, like Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, they are 4+ rating. They're the highest rating. I don't think in the Asia Pacific or in the world also, not a single country has so many airports with 4+. Recently, I attended one Global Airport Development Summit in Barcelona recently. And we have seen that people are really bullish across the world regarding Indian airports. So far, the size, the capacity, the design, the renewable energy that they are generating. So in all these areas, our airports are really bullish. And so far as the markets are concerned, they had come to us, the airport operators come to us in the advisory committee meeting of the Honorable Minister, that they wanted that whatever they do investment in the green sector, that should be taken care of in the ARR, aggregate revenue requirement. Right. And so the ministry had given directive to the Airport Economic Regulatory Authority, which is our tariff regulator basically. You know, in this country, the aviation is very well regulated. There is a DGC as a safety regulator, there is a tariff regulator ARA, there is a security regulator BCAS. Right. So then we told whatever the cost that they incur for this, that should be taken care of in their cost plus attitude, for which they recover their capex made. Right. And the ERA has also taken care of that, and they are doing it. So I hope we are trying to respond to the market concerns.
Okay. Mr. Kurdi, if I can follow up one. The participants who were there, I'm assuming the Adanis were there, and ADP was there, and GMR, and all of those people, whether they Indian investors or foreign investors, what were the concerns they expressed to you? I mean, they of course are there, that means they're happy and they're bullish, but what were the things they were concerned about that they wanted you to address?
Basically, they're not concerned, they're actually happy that so much investment is coming to India.
So they didn't have any particular concerns?
Yes, because if you talk of ADP, if you talk of Fairfax, you talk of Zurich, all these big names are here right now in India. You know, probably. So, and 2020 you have seen that DPIIT has opened up this sector for brownfield and greenfield for 100% FDI in the airport sector.
Right.
So we are already there. And we are very much sensitive to the market concerns. And I think the way airports are blossoming in the country in the days to come, and we are targeting to make a capacity of around 500 plus million passengers per annum by the end of this financial year. So we are trying to address the concerns of the aviation market in the country.
Okay. Yeah. My second round of questions, I'm going to begin with Mr. Venkat Subramaniam. Yeah, Mr. Dinkar, I'll call you just to make it easier. Mr. Dinkar, when you look at the policy frameworks that have evolved across sectors and multi-sectoral as well, which particular policies or set of policies or a policy measure you think has been particularly successful in attracting more private participation or more private investment? Just name one, because I'm going to ask each one of you to name one policy that you think has been yeah. So just one.
Sure, thanks. I think clearly I would say the NHDP, the NHAI's, the road development. I mean, obviously we've got the largest, the best network of roads, and it's been on since 2003. It's been there for 20 years.
Right.
And there's been constant learning around that because we followed the model concession agreement. There were a lot of issues around land acquisitions, around approvals, competing roads and everything, and tolling and all of those aspects. But then there was a course correction that happened. I mean, whether you call it the NHAI's new or the last few years, their policy has been to, I mean, there has been HAM, but mostly it's been around award the contracts, build the roads through an EPC process, and then try and monetize those, and then use that money to roll and build more roads as they go forward.
Right.
So the NIP and MP combination, in a way, has attracted.
But NHDP, you think is one policy program or one program that you think has been very very effective? Okay. I will go to Mr. Rungta now. Mr. Rungta, the one policy measure or framework that you feel has been particularly successful?
Sure. See, when we look at infrastructure side, and especially from the eyes from private financing, the two sector which attracts the most is road and renewable. And road has been streamlined for some time. NHI has been there, and he has been one of the best regulators.
Yeah. So he's already talked about NHDP. Now you have to talk about something else.
So now coming to the renewable side,
right.
See, if you see, renewable developments were mainly driven through state governments, right? And people were not assured about the payment. So if you ask me, the best reform which has happened is bringing the state central utilities like NTPC and SECI and making them intermediary for the payment. That has actually enabled, the growth of the private financing when it comes to the state discount for those projects, because then people become comfortable that at least they have a visibility on the payment side.
Okay, it was a bankable and payment security was better therefore as a result. So you're talking about the NTPC and SECI, so that is a...
Yes.
All right. Mr. Agarwal, same question for you. One policy measure or program that's been particularly effective in attracting private participation.
So in the renewal, again, I would like to add this waiver of ISTS charges. Of course, it is limited for a time.
The waiver of the ISTS, yes.
It's a very big change. Because of that, you are seeing a lot of renewable projects happening. Because earlier, if you are doing within a state,
right,
unless you have consumer base and generation capability both, and then land acquisition. So this change is helping in a very big way. Only thing is they need to ensure that this benefit remains long, is not actual expires in 2025. So I see this is a very big investment attraction for developers, for investors, and even lenders.
Okay. Mr. Chandana, same question for you.
Sure. So slightly tricky for because Dinkar has already taken a lead on the sector which I'm working on.
They've only named three. There are many other policy measures which I think are successful. So go ahead.
But I think taking a slight detour, what I would like to speak about is at a policy level, what more can be done on the road.
But we'll come to that next. First, you have to tell us what has been successful, because we are coming to that next.
Okay, so not really a policy thing, but I think what has been successful, more so in the recent past is the monetization plan.
Right.
Of NHI. Not just NHI, of course, overall roadmap has been created for all the infrastructure sector.
But the focus on monetization, national monetization pipeline or divestment, DIPAM, etc.
And I think we are very pleasantly surprised by the fact that if one looks at the TOT program, where the success rate was less than 50% until last year, and in the current fiscal, it's been 100%. So all the 4 TOTs which were brought out have been successfully awarded, and NHI has raised close to 16,000 crores through the plan. And I think we should definitely give full credit to NHI that they have been actively reaching out to all the market participants, seeking feedback from them in terms of what more can be done, how the TOT process can be tweaked in order to make it more successful in the future.
Okay. Mr. Chakravarti, you are involved with, you're with the Ministry of Civil Aviation, but where you handle PPP related matters. So I'm sure you looked at the PPP experience in other sectors as well, not just the airport sector. So when you look at the private participation experience across infrastructure sectors, what's the one policy, same question for you in a way, but what's the one policy measure or framework that you think was particularly successful?
Regarding the PPP initiative?
Regarding attracting private participation,
or should it be aimed at for the renewable sector?
Could be any sector, Okay. Because when you came to MOCA and you said, okay, this is what MOCA has done, let me look at what other sectors have done. And let me see what they've done well and what they haven't done well. So I'm asking you about another sector, maybe not airport sector, where you think a policy, a single policy framework has been very successful. I would also give you another option.
Okay.
You could also look at within the airport sector itself and say, okay, this is the one thing that made everyone come in and invest. So either way.
Okay, well, the last privatization that we did, basically the PPP was with Delhi and Mumbai. That was long back in 2006. But right now that we did in 2018-19 that we started, where we had put in 6 AI airports into PPP. So the models were a bit different, right? You have seen in the dial and mile, Delhi and Mumbai case, the revenue sharing was the bid parameter, basically. But this time we adopted the per passenger fee. So that was one innovation that the ministry did so far as the bid parameter was concerned.
Right.
And second is that the length of the concession agreement, like in Delhi and Mumbai, it is initially 30 years and then further extendable up to 30 years. Here it is only 50 years long term. So this is also the first time that the airports have been given to PPP to the concessionaire for a 50 years timeline. Right. So these are the 2 major things I think has given advantage to the PPP initiative of the ministry, Government of India, so far as our PPP experience is concerned, is because we are seeing that such a long-term concession agreement would also give a level of certainty for the concessionaire to make a long-term investment, because airport investments are a long gestation period,
right,
and very capital intensive. The returns come very later, but yes, the only plus point for airports is that we always ensure cost plus investment, because whenever the tariff is determined by the regulator, they see whether the investment that you have done, it should come up to you with some benefit, some incentive. So in that way, when you look at the airport's expansion plan in a 10-year scenario with the master plan, so there will be at least 5 master plans. So we know at what point of time this airport is going to trigger for the next expansion. Because in India what is happening right now, when we compare India's aviation or airport expansion, numbers of airports with the other countries in the world, we are nowhere satisfied with one expansion. One expansion is going to end is making time for the second expansion. Be it for Delhi, the Terminal 1 is coming up, with which we will be having 109 million passengers per annum at line with the Atlanta airport. So we will be a second Atlanta in the world, basically, in this year only, by March.
Right.
For Bangalore, we had already added a T2 terminal to make it 51 millions. But now they are thinking of the phase 2 of T2 and a T3, which will make them ultimately finally 90 million passengers.
Right.
The Mumbai is already congested, so Navi Mumbai is coming up.
Right.
Delhi, with that, a Jewar is coming up. The Bhogapuram is coming up. So Goa second airport, there's a new concept of 2 airports in the city, like you have seen in Goa. There is already a doubling, there is a Goa.
Right.
We are looking at now another 2 such twin airport city will come up, like Delhi and Mumbai. And next we are looking at 6 such cities will come up by 2030.
Right.
And 2047 we have a very ambitious plan of having 15 or 20 such cities coming up. So this is the way the Indian airports are expanding.
Right.
So the PPP initiative that we have set for this latest trend and also last has really lived a lot of benefit, because through the PPP, you have seen just Mr. Venkat Subramani was talking about NIP and MMP. Basically, NIP and NMP are actually supplementary to each other. Through the monetization, we'll get money, which will be investing.
Right.
So AI is doing the same thing, Airports Authority of India. Because we have our other concerns to make airports in Northeast, in strategic sectors.
Right.
So Airport Authority will only make it. But the money will come from the monetization proceeds.
Right.
From the PPP initiatives that we have done. So this is so far as a successful model that we have done.
Okay.
I hope.
Okay. We're now going to focus on what the government could do. So my question is, if you can talk about one strategic reform or policy initiative, or policy measure, I should say, that you would like the government to do, either to attract greater private participation, or actually let's just say greater private participation. We'll come to sustainable infrastructure next, right? So we start with you, Mr. Rungta. One measure that you would like to do. It can be specific to a sector, it can be cross-sectoral.
So I'm just looking from the point of how do you scale the infrastructure financing, because that's a very critical thing. So one is quite important is like making sure that the termination payment, is happening in the rightful manner, because if you have to scale up, the global investors have to be assured that if anything happens wrong, the termination payment has to happen. Like we have example of in Delhi only, where the governments are not paying despite of court reminders. People have won, and that's, then how the people have comfort that if they win the award, they are not being enforced.
Right. So what would you suggest? How do they ensure that? Because there has also been the idea that perhaps we can have a terminal payment insurance, etc. Right? But how would you ensure?
Ultimately, it increases the cost. So what I can take a parallel reference, and we can see in the power sector how the central government did. They said, okay, if you're not paying, basically you don't draw the power from the short-term mechanism. So some kind of penalty mechanism being brought in where the government being disciplined.
Right.
Because
they told the discoms that they don't get power.
Yeah, because as it has been highlighted, central and state government are doing 50% of the capex each.
Right.
Right. So you have to make sure that the people are comfortable.
Right. So how would you? That you give an example there, but let's take an NHAI example, right? What would you suggest the government?
So like in one of the cases we are seeing for NHAI, like few unfortunately where the contracts got terminated, and it's under the arbitration. Ultimately, there should be some mechanism where NHAI also bought a policy where that if you have won the award at some point of time against BG, you can take payment, so that at least the interest payment is stopped from that perspective.
So in general, the government should.
So similarly, in case of termination, they should make at least subject to some disputes and all. It's not that nothing will come in, right? But rather than delaying it for years and years and lenders being penalized.
So what you're saying is the termination payments should be ensured, either by government not putting obstacles in the way all the time, or by other measures like insurance that some people have talked
because that will literally boost the confidence of the investors.
Right. Okay. I
See,
think
NHAI have already done a great step in streamlining HAM. Like we have seen in the past, like in the 10 to 15 decades, there were a lot of lacuna in BOT, and they rectified in HAM, and that's why the HAM has really picked it up.
It's better that way, yeah.
But
okay.
This is
okay. Mr. Agarwal, what's the one policy reform or a reform measure or policy measure that you would like to see?
I would like to talk about the debt market, or what we can do to debt market. Today, if you really see, infrastructure funding is restricted to 4 or 5 institutions. PFCREC is leading the pack. IIFCL is supporting, I think, everywhere with this limited that they can do 20% of the project cost, and they cannot be lead.
Right.
They are there everywhere.
Sir, could you speak a bit more into the mic?
Yeah, but leaving this, we don't see much participation in infrastructure financing today. And even in NBFC space, after L&T decided to exit, it's only a seam.
Right.
So we really see the target which we have, maybe $1 trillion equivalent funding, which we will need this country 7-8 years. We clearly lack of funding. So 2-3 things in my view need to be done. One, because revenue is in rupee.
Right.
So we cannot have dollar borrowing even if people have mandate. Multiple DFIs have mandate to give to renewable road, but nobody can borrow them because of the hedging cost. So there has to be a credit enhancement mechanism where institutions like IIFCL, NAFID, they are allowed to give credit enhancement, and the money can be channelized so that you have a larger pool of funds available.
Okay.
Second, in the bond market also, because we are constrained by the rating, you will not get AA rating in the construction stage. And unless you have AA rating, you don't have a liquid bond. So we need to change the regulations so that you can get infrastructure projects funded maybe at BBB plus or A-rated depending on the off-taker.
Okay. Let me go to Mrs. Chandra now. You were about to say something in my last question. You said you wanted to say something the government should do. Well, here's your opportunity.
Sure. So I think two things which can especially be beneficial for the road sector. One is more at operating level. One thing which should can be done and which should definitely be done is to give lenders more insolvency protection. What I mean by that is given that in the InvIT structure, lenders are sitting at the top outside the SPV, and in effect the liabilities at the SPV become more senior to the lender sitting at the InvIT level. That is point number one. So basically whatever NHI dues are also there, those also indirectly become senior. But I think the bigger problem in case of road assets as opposed to other infrastructure assets is that lenders do not even have an automatic ability to enforce the security. The primary security in this case being the share pledge which they have, because at the end of the day, in order to enforce or effect the share pledge, lenders will still need to go to NHI. And one knows, right, if there is some other party involved, in this case our regulator only, the process is not as seamless in terms of enforcing the pledge, because you never know how much time NHI will end up taking. NHI may have its own claims on the SPVs, which obviously will override the lender's claim. So if that is done, obviously it will improve the protection levels available for the lenders, and in turn may attract more capital for the sector.
Okay. Mr. Venkat Subramanian?
I think moving track slightly, I think the constraint today in terms of us trying to do 25 lakh crores of infrastructure development year on year for the next 5 years, which means capital is one constraint, let's say, or one parameter. The other parameter is actually availability of projects and the speed of execution of these projects, which means, let's say, average execution time is 3 or 4 years. And do we have 100 lakh crores of projects today which are available for the taking, which can be done over the next 4 years? I don't know. I mean, last I saw it was about 60-70 lakh crores was the thing. And I mean, if we've talked enough about.
So you think a bigger and more robust pipeline?
And I mean, the corollary to that is that the speed of execution of those is also important. And that's where I think the model that the road sector has followed in terms of the government doing everything that is needed in terms of all the approvals as a single window, whether it's land acquisitions, whether it's mining, whatever other approvals that are needed, those are all done before a tender is put out, which means it will attract much better private capital, and it will also attract better value because there's much lesser risk that the private guys will. And today there is a clear constraint that people want to do only brownfield or closer to completion.
Right.
So this can be addressed if we can, both these things can be addressed if we can follow that model.
Okay. Mr. Chakrabarti, if you can tell us about the any new policy initiatives that you are considering right now?
So far as
airport development is concerned.
Okay. Just before I answer that, I was just thinking of that I left out 2 important points regarding what government has done, the present government has done. You have seen that in 2016 we had unveiled this National Civil Aviation Policy. So that was really one of the hallmark of the PPP initiative also in the coming days that we are seeing and which will come in the days to come. As well as in 2020, as I already told you earlier, that we had opened up this sector for 100% FDI. Those 2 are really very fruitful initiatives. Now, so far as the next policies are concerned, so I would much more concentrate on our today's subject like sustainable infrastructure.
Right.
I can add a few points on that, right? The Airport Authority of India is our air navigation service provider in the country. They are the only ANSP over here. So they have taken a lot of initiative to make our airspace more congestion free, because to become sustainable, you need to take initiative from both ends, from the supply side as well as demand side. Now, the major stakeholders in the aviation are the airport and the airlines. So far as the airports are concerned, you know, as per the airport carbon accreditation, there are 3 scopes, scope 1, 2 and 3. The scope 1 are the controlled within the airport sector. So there the airports are taking a lot of initiatives. Like they are trying to make their ground service equipments and vehicles green. So that is a major policy change. In where we have also contributed in the ministry, like we have standardized the equipments that are to be used by the ground handlers. We have given a lot of scope that you imbibe green vehicles, e-vehicles, EVs in your system. So far as the indirect controlled items in scope 2, our airport operators done a lot, both PPP and the government AI airports. As I have told you that they have 68 airports are right now 100% green. So they are not using the airports, they are not running the airports with the fossil fired fuel. So that is the third one. In the scope 3, you have seen the most important stakeholder is the airlines so far as the aviation fuel is concerned. And where the government is doing a lot of things, like you must have learned about this sustainable aviation fuel, SAF. So where in 2027 onwards, as per the ICAO guidelines, we are going to enter into the mandatory phase. So where the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, in consultation with Ministry of Civil Aviation and all the stakeholders on board, have finally decided that in 2025 we will go for a 1% blending, 2028 we will go for a 2% blending, and 2030 we will go for a 5% blending. So the market, the airlines, the fuel suppliers, the technology, the technology providers, they all are now aware of what is going to happen in the next 3 years. Okay. So this is a quantum jump so far as making our aviation more green, more sustainable.
Okay. So my next round of question with the other panelists, I'm going to begin with Mr. Agarwal this time. Mr. Agarwal, last time I asked about policy frameworks, policy measures that should be undertaken to facilitate greater or attract greater private participation. Next question is about how do you ensure more that the sustainability aspect is taken care of in infrastructure development, right? So my question is more broad ranging. It's not just what the government can do, but maybe what the government can do or what the other players can do, maybe how the financiers can incentivize. How do we ensure that the sustainability aspect is paid greater attention and taken care of? So what would you suggest from any suggestion for the government, for the financiers? How do they incentivize more sustainable infrastructure development?
So I will say there are 2-3 things which need to be achieved.
Yeah, if we can just talk about one thing that everyone else has a chance.
So since we talk about execution or project not being available, the biggest challenge what we are seeing going to happen is lack of contractors, lack of equipment supply, because we have seen many construction companies going bankrupt for various reasons. One of the key reasons was the bank guarantee they needed, they cannot.
Yeah, so if you can bring the mic closer to the mouth.
Yeah, so we need to see that we have a framework where we have contractors available and equipment available to achieve that. Because unless you make that work, you can't really achieve. So if we talk about renewable, we talk about transmission, you need the contractors to do the project on ground, you need the equipment supplier. We are going to face very serious challenge, even if you look at wind.
Because so we talk about sustainability here, right? In terms of this, so you think the equipment should be more energy efficient or?
No, I'm talking about the infrastructure, the enabling environment to do this project which is sustaining.
Okay, that has so you're talking about just this, yeah. So actually, sorry, I was actually asking you, how do you ensure that the environmental considerations are taken into account, and how do you ensure that the sustainable development aspects are taken into account? How do you, so what could the government do in that respect?
So one thing I will say, like we are talking about green hydrogen ammonia. Right. Today, India has good amount of fertilizer dependent on LNG import.
Right.
Last year itself, government paid something like 2,25,000 crore subsidy for LNG, which is 60% of the fuel. Right. If same we can give to green ammonia, you bring sustainability, you reduce import dependence, both can be achieved.
Right.
Okay. So instead of only small.
So that would be your one suggestion. Okay, Mr. Chandra.
So as far as the asset owners are concerned, few things which can be done and which are being incrementally done in our sector is to basically implement newer technologies. both during the construction phase as well as in the operations phase. So as an example, and I'm putting this very simplistically, there are newer technologies where you can use waste plastic and replace part of the bitumen. Similarly, there are newer technologies coming up where the major maintenance cycle can be elongated from, which used to be 5 years till some time back, and today it is 7 years. Now it can go up to 10 years. So which means over the life of the concession, instead of overlaying bitumen, which is obviously not a sustainable material, 3 times, now you can achieve the same quality by implementing the major maintenance cycle only twice.
Right.
While it may be a costlier option for each cycle point of view, but over a life cycle point of view, it helps minimize the cost as well as contributes towards.
So focus on technologies for sure. Yeah. Mr. Venkat Subramaniam, same thing. What can the government do, or anyone else for that matter, to ensure sustainability aspect is taken care of?
Yeah, I think the private capital, whether it's foreign capital or domestic capital today, the expectation of compliance with standard ESG norms or environmental norms is become pretty much mandatory everywhere, right?
Right.
So that has to be in spirit, number
Right.
one, and that will automatically generate the need for better technologies and better investment by all of these players. Number two, I think we need to have, there have been about 60, 70 bond issuances which are more ESG or social focused. But I think that's not, there has to be a better policy and framework around that, and better, let's say, a rollout of guidelines around that, which can then enable, there is a lot of capital available for some of these things, which can help build more sustainability in these processes. I think we need to have a better ecosystem around this.
Okay. Mr. Romta?
So there are two aspects here. One is retrospective and one is prospective. The prospective can be, we are seeing that the bidding mostly happen only on, the most weightage is given to the financial parameters, but the other standards should also be stipulated. Just to give some example, like in a renewable project, how much water can be consumed, how the waste needs to be generated, and how much you need to, handle that. So those guidelines, more stringent guidelines to be put. And the former, lot of projects are already running, like Gaurav highlighted, on certain road-related aspects. So even on the renewable side, we have seen the old renewable projects consume a lot of water, right? So government might try to incentivize those projects by giving some incentive that, okay, if you do this, might be we pay you some more, but do implement that because it's environmentally quite beneficial. So benchmarking with the best practices and incentivizing them, like the way they tried for power, to reduce the power carbon intensity, and then implement it, because that was not implemented, but and that was also quite cost prohibitive, but lot of low-hanging fruits in terms of renewable projects if you want to implement that and get it done.
Okay. Okay. My next round of question is going to be the one infrastructure, that one trend that you see in infrastructure development or financing that you think is very notable. It could be relating to structure, it could be relating to conditions, it could be relating to sources, it could be relating to nature of agreements, but the one trend that you feel is very noteworthy. And Mr. Chakrabarti, you're going to begin this time.
Yeah, thank you. So far as renewable infrastructure or use of renewable energy is concerned, the airports are already using different tactics like airport collaboration decision making, the flexible use of airspace. Basically, what is our main motto? To have the aircraft less time in the space, and they use that space efficiently and with less time, so that they burn less fuel. But so far as the renewable energy is also concerned, if they don't get enough space to have their renewable infrastructure on ground, they can go for an open access also.
Right.
But I think one of the most important and promising field will be to use the batteries for storing the solar power, because right now there are a lot of different chemistries of batteries coming out. Now, how to get those batteries on board, get space for them, store the energy, so that can be used in the night time.
Right.
So battery chemistry, battery technology is of one of the most innovative place or innovative sector that is going to actually basically make a lot of windfalls in the renewable sector.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Rungta, question for you. What's the one trend that you see in infrastructure finance or development that you think is striking and relevant either from the point of view of greater private participation or from the point of view of sustainable development, either way?
So one clear trend we see is development of global sustainable bond market. Like just to throw some numbers, 2021 it was a 1 trillion market. Like 1 trillion bond were getting issued every year, and that's around and 2022 it declined slightly, and 2023 we are expecting similar kind of volume, and that constitutes 14 to 16%. Now if you within that 1 trillion annual bond issuance, Asia constitutes 20%. And India is not being present there in a large format, and China's share has been declining. Like China is down 73% in June 23 up to June 23 in the first half. So I think there's a lot of scope. India is being included in the bond index inclusion also. So what we should target is when see India has been from the capital perspective always driven by domestic market, be it especially for the debt, because domestic savings were being channelized to the bank market, and banks, NBFCs were funding the capital. But if you want the foreign money to be in, there are some inefficiencies involved. One is you can't avoid is hedging rate, because somebody is in INR, somebody is in dollars, so you need to hedge. But the other things which people face very high is withholding tax, because that's a very straight leakage for any foreign investors to come. And that's one of the reason why that Indian bond participation is not happening much, because withholding tax is quite high depending upon the jurisdiction from where you come. It can be 10-15%.
Okay.
So I think once we manage this withholding tax, especially from the institutional market perspective, from the foreign market perspective, that can be a great place, because even if I take 2% market share of this 1 trillion, it gives you $20 billion investment every year. And that's the minimum, because, and I expect India share to be much higher if this is taken care of.
Okay. Mr. Agarwal, the one trend that you see in infrastructure finance or development that you think is very notable and relevant either in terms of attracting greater participation or ensuring that projects are more sustainable from an environmental point of view? One or the other, yeah.
So if I really see what is happening on financing today, clearly a mini-perm structure indirectly coming into picture, while our RBI regulations does not permit. There was a scheme called 5/25 earlier, which was nothing but mini-perm. But today that's happening. Lenders have put option, and or otherwise lenders are knowing that post COD it will be refinanced. So that is something which is happening with a clear perspective that today I do 70-30, post COD I may make it 80. That's a very good sign, and that's really allowing developers to put capital now, and they know that they can take their money
they
out.
They can take it out earlier, quicker.
So that's a very positive trend, I will say.
Okay. Mr. Chand, same question for you, sir.
So I think I would like to cover one thing which is being spoken about right now, not really as a trend which has caught up, but as far as the highway sector development is concerned, there are discussions around planning at a national level, overall transport industry, not just highways, and within highways doing a close planning with state authorities as well, because as you know, highways is not just a center subject, it's a state subject and also a municipal subject and even a village subject. So what is important is and what is important from an overall sustainability point of view, especially and even from an economics point of view, especially for a country like India, which is still developing and doesn't have superfluous capital available, to make sure the assets which are being developed are adequately sweated. They are making enough return on capital, whether it is for the private sector or government sector or even for NHI point of view. So there are talks about NHI closely working with the State Road Development Corporation, so that there is no superfluous or unnecessary infrastructure which may be built in the future, because ultimately it's a waste of capital, waste of resources, and also unsustainable practice.
Okay. Mr. Dinkar?
Going last on these is always tough. I'll talk about an enabler, which is Gati Shakti. I think Gati Shakti is a game changer in my view, because we only see Gati Shakti terminals today where bids have been sought and 100 of them are coming in. What that does, or what that is supposed to do, is to make sure that the movement of cargo or freight is the shortest in a multimodal way, and not in one direction in that sense, or not in one mode. That's only, the application of that today we see is only on the multimodal terminals. But I think increasingly the government's intent is to take that across everywhere through satellite images, through software that's been developed for that by a Gujarat-based company. They want to use it everywhere. I saw yesterday or 2-3 days back about them trying to use it for oil pipelines and tankers as to what's the shortest and cost-efficient way to lay out oil pipelines so that it can go from one. And it can be done for roads, it can be done for any other sector, and that will reduce the cost of infrastructure, that will improve the speed, and it will also talk about all the other linkages so that no project is just left abandoned or something has not been thought through in advance before you even set out.
Okay, great. Okay. We'll take 1 or 2 questions from the audience now. If anyone has questions, they can stand up or raise their hand so we know. We can see you, and anyone has questions on this side? No? Questions in the middle? Any questions on the left side? Okay, so in which case, let's just move to the last question from me, and which is there anything that you wanted to say that I did not ask you about, that you felt you wanted to say? Then in 45 seconds or 60 seconds, if you can say that, please. And we'll begin with Mr. Chandana again.
Sure. I think one subject which we didn't discuss here was that at a policy level, I think the Indian government or RBI needs to take some affirmative action, which means that for sustainable financing, provide some kind of SOPs. It could be by way of, as we briefly touched upon that topic, maybe eliminate the withholding taxes where there is strict compliance with the ESG norms. Now, I'm harping on the point strict compliance because as of now, ESG is largely, if I may say so, being implemented in a checkbox manner.
Right.
So, make stricter norms, and wherever there is compliance, provide enough incentive for the capital. By providing SOPs. It could be by way of eliminating withholding tax or government guaranteeing some portion, etc. It could be anything. There could be multiple ways of doing that.
Mr. Venkata Subramanian.
So fundamentally, I'm a turnaround guy. So I'll talk about 2 turnaround stories in infrastructure in the last few years or so, which doesn't have any avenue for private participation, but the 2 of them are Indian Railways or the whole railway system and BSNL. I mean, the amount of electrification and the expansion of network and the safety stuff that's going on in railways is phenomenal. And BSNL, obviously, as we know, was struggling for a number of years, and I think they reported operating profits last year, and they hope to be profitable. And that's the government's idea of combating the duopoly by having a strong state-led regulator. Those are 2 big success stories or turnaround stories.
Mr. Chakrabarti.
Yeah, to add on what you was telling about PM Gati Shakti, so there is a project monitoring group, I hope you are all aware of, where all the nitty-gritties, any issues are being resolved at the highest level by the CABSEC. So we are giving a comfort level to the PPP projects developers as well as the government projects which are coming up, that all the last mile issues are also resolved. And finally, our aim is to give that last mile connectivity to seamless, so that the infrastructure are not standalone right now. There are dashboard, so you know when there is an airport coming, whether that airport has a road nearby, a railway station nearby, a metro is coming up, a RRTS line, or a high-speed rail network. So that is what the government is thinking and aiming at. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, please.
So, just to give a historical perspective, road was not the first PPP. If you go I would say even 1857, before that, railway was the first PPP. If you go look at the railway history, 1835-39, Britishers didn't have money. They bought Britishers private firms from England and said, okay, you build it and we'll give you 5% annual guaranteed return, and the cost is yours. There is no cost evaluated. And they dabbled, and then after 20 years, they moved to construction by government. Then after 10 years, they moved to PPP. So, railway is one infrastructure story where even if you see US and China, railway is much more efficient in terms of costing, in terms of timeline, whether you are moving goods or people around. And and current government focus has also now shifted to railway, where we seeing their spending is increasing. So I think PPP is definitely needed in railways, and they are developing stations, they are developing tracks, they are developing new routes. So we should see some, this coming here also, so that it can lead to a new sector being added up.
Mr. Agarwal, you have the last word.
So I will like to say in terms of debt market, I would like to say that bond market reforms, basically 3-4 things. One is today the rating requirement for investment by insurance companies or PF fund, which is AA minimum. That is a very big hurdle for any infrastructure project to be financed. So that definitely need to be relaxed for infrastructure sector.
Okay.
Maybe with credit enhancement, because what I see, credit enhancement bond does not get liquidity. So there are, like IIFCL also is a scheme, but there is no liquidity for those papers. So that regulatory change has to happen. Second, if you look at the guidelines of insurance companies, they invest only 10% or 20% of the net worth of the SPV. Now, if you are doing 70-30 or 80-20 equity funding, and if they are doing only 20% of the equity, so one very large sector which can, or investor set which can invest, their appetite is nothing, because if they give only 4% of the project cost, then that is not really relevant. So they need to change that. Instead of net worth, that should be linked to the total debt.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the session. Big hand for the panelists, please. Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Rumta, Mr. Chakrabarti, Mr. Venkat Subramaniam, and Mr. Chandna, please. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for that very informed panel discussion. May I now request our Deputy Managing Director, Shri Pavan Kumar, to please give a memento to the eminent panelists. So one photograph with the panelists, please. Thank you. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists, please? So today's session brought together infrastructure sector experts at a common platform as they deliberated the state of infrastructure and the reforms that were needed to take the sector to its next phase of growth. And we saw some very interesting suggestions and recommendations coming out of today's discussions. And I hope that we are able to make through most of those recommendations for the benefit of the sector. And it has been an absolute pleasure hosting you all today. And thank you all for being a part of our celebrations. Please join us for lunch, which is being served right outside in the auditorium, outside the auditorium in the lawns. And until we meet next time, have a good day and a happy new year to all of you. Thank you.